All right, we are back. Thank you, everyone. Quick break. We had people are about to kick off her questions for our comptroller.
Thanks so much. Y'all are able to. Mr. Crutchfield, thank you so much. I really appreciate that so many of the questions from myself helps to paint a more clear picture of me. And I think most importantly, it's provided some insight into this question of whether implementation of the Hill study as it was rolled out in October was merely out or whether implementation was more critically flawed. And so am I understanding correctly that in your opinion, Mr. Crutchfield, even if we could afford to maintain the salaries at October rates, this is not something you'd recommend, in part because instead of bringing all classified staff to market rates, it brought many far above market rates?
That is correct, in my opinion.
Thank you. I'm also very eager and excited about your recommendations for how we can take the important work of Hill, the market research data, the data from all those interviews with staff, and really build on that and fix the fundamental problems with implementation to get to a point where we have something that's equitable, that addresses issues with compression, compensates on a one-to-one basis for professional experiences, all those things. Excited that you're also able to do this soon, right?
I hope so, yes.
That's
I
what,
have plenty of experience in working with salary study implementations.
Not to rush you. We're all just very eager to clean the mess. So thank you so much.
Yes.
And I'm really also just grateful for the reminder that it's important for us to now put things into policy and adjust our practices to make sure that we prevent errors like this from happening in the future, and also provide this much needed transparency right now. Thank you so much. That's all from me.
Thank you, Ms. Carter-Otton. I'm going to go to Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Crutchfield. Similarly to Ms. Carter-Alta, thank you for the presentation and the experience you bring, but to lay this out and let us know exactly what we're dealing with. I do have a specific question on slide 14. I know you said that you can supply recommendations on an implementation plan that would work for us. Will that include years of experience? That's been important.
Yes, it will not take away any years of experience.
And then with the 11% as an increase for the two reasons that you listed, looking to get a permanent plan to begin July 2024, will that 11% negatively affect us being able to move forward with a permanent plan?
If you left the 11% increase, the flat 11% increase in effect next school year, you would be able to afford it within next year's budget if next year's budget is equal to this year's budget. But it would not implement any of the salary study recommendations.
The 11% would not implement any of the salary recommendations until we did a new salary implementation.
Correct.
Thank you. And the second, on slide 14, you have the third bullet says, I just would like further clarification what this means. Since the salary study did not recommend reclassification increases for all groups of classified employees, a 15% increase for such employees might require significant pay decreases when a permanent plan is implemented. Can you say a little bit more about that?
My clarification on that when I was making the presentation is that what that means is that some of your pay classifications last year were equal to market rates. So a market rate implementation would not justify increases in those few classifications. It's a very few classifications, but if you went ahead and did an 11% increase and then implemented a market-based approach, you'd either have to grandfather those employees at the 11% increase or reduce them back to the market-based rate. So, I mean, you have choices. It's not a.
Yeah, I don't want to reduce anyone back. So thank you for that example as well. And also, I thoroughly appreciate the what should happen next, additional recommendations of what should happen next year and the way that you laid that out, particularly about the policy and regulations recommendation. I know that the last time a classified study was, salary study was done for us was in 2018 or 19. And then I'm assuming there wasn't any policies in place that you can see. So I am curious to know, what is a timeline in order of policy implementations based on what should happen next year?
I would want the policy and regulations to be tailored to whichever salary schedules you adopt. So until I would know what salary schedules you want to adopt, I couldn't provide you specific details, but I do have a draft format that is ready to just plug in those details. So once I knew what salary schedules you decided to implement, I could lost the mic. I could give you that answer.
All right, thank you so much. And I also appreciate the statement and sentiment that this is a good study with some things that need to be tweaked, and you're have the experience to do that if this is something we so choose. So thank you for laying this out.
Mhm.
All right, thank you. We are so glad to have more information about our finances, and also the policy recommendations are really helpful. I have several questions as I try to make sure I understand everything. First, just to follow up on Ms. Lewis's question about the 15% increase for some employees that might have significant pay decreases after a permanent plan is implemented next year. Do you have an idea of what positions this would be and or how many more or less employees this might be? I know.
I do
Okay.
not, but
Okay.
the information that Ms. Ojijo had put together
Mm-hmm.
showed me some interesting data. Your classified employee group as a whole are typically very experienced.
Mm-hmm.
So the more experienced the employees, the higher the pay increases under the current implementation. The lower the lower the pay increases, or those would be the ones in those classifications that were recommended for a higher market rate. The lower experienced employees would be the ones that would not be increased under a market-based approach.
Just wanted to clarify, I was asking Emily, is that slide 11?
Oh, what?
Where it shows the previous step at 0, 8% increase, 8, 19% increase, 15, 23.
So if you had a range that was not recommended for any market-based increase, that step 0 would be a 0% increase. So if you did an 11% or a 15% across the board, and you stuck with a market-based approach, those folks would either have to have those increases grandfathered, or they would have to have a lower pay.
Okay. All right, another question. With slide 11, since we just went there, I wanted to see with that example, what exactly I guess I'm trying to understand what is the problem with this. I see where the percentages are high as you go up in years of experience. Wouldn't one always see that? Or what, is there another way that it might, the numbers might increase?
That's what you were doing, is mixing apples and oranges. A market-based study
Mhm.
would increase everybody within a pay grade by a market rate. The steps, if you chose to implement 1.5% steps, what you would really be doing is reconstituting 0.85% steps to 1.5% steps over the career of every single employee. So if you had a 30-year employee, you would be reconstituting the amount of money you gave them in step increases. You'd almost be doubling the amount of money you give them for each step increase for 30 years. And I mean, that's a totally different issue. I'm not saying that they don't deserve 1.5% step increases. I'm just saying that's a totally different issue and a very costly one.
Okay. So what you're saying with mixing apples and oranges is that this, like the example on slide 11,
Right.
adjust this, whatever this position is to market rate, as well as implements a larger increment of 1.5% between each step.
And that's what happened with the current implementation.
Okay.
Yes.
That leads me to have another question, which is that when we look at market rates, when we say that the study put salaries to market rate, then which level of salary are we starting? Is it market rate from the bottom? Okay.
Well, yeah, yes.
Or market rate from the top, and like,
Yes and no. I mean,
okay.
the other question is, what does the market do in terms of salary ranges? And it depends on which market you're comparing to. The market for other school districts is probably fairly similar to what you've been doing, the 0.85% steps, but a lot of them haven't been granting those steps every year. So a lot of districts would have people still below the midpoint of that range, even though they might have 30 years of experience.
Okay.
If you compare to industry, industry typically does not have very broad ranges. They typically bring people in at what they think their market value is, and then they increase their pay, not based on experience, but based on other factors. So, you know, it depends on which market you're comparing to, but there are very few school districts, and well, I don't know of any school district in the state that has been granting 1.5% step increases every single year.
So is that fair to think of the slope of the line is steeper rather than, I mean,
Correct.
is that?
That's very
not
fair, yes.
I have a question when Ms. Chavez is finished.
I have like 7 more. You can jump in and then I'll come back.
So, Mr. Crutchfield, one of the other things that I believe that we were trying to do is actually address minimum wage and starting wages.
Right.
And so you know that Durham went to $15 an hour before the state did.
Right.
And then this was supposed to get our folks to 17 and a half. It was supposed to also have a differential for ECIAs.
Right.
Can you speak to how well, or maybe Ms. Ojijo can, that the 11% would do that as well, and how well the Hill study did that? You were very close to the $17 an hour minimum before the study, and the study would get, I think, everybody at or above $17 an hour. But I don't know. I forget what I was trying to, the point I was trying to make. But to answer your question, I think the study will get you, if you weren't already, to that $17 an hour minimum. Yeah, because one of the things that I remember asking the consultants when they were here was whether that 17 and a half was actually high enough for Durham, because the city and the county have moved on past us. They're above 19.
Right, right.
And so that is one of my goals for us going to forward with this study. It is not just addressing the wage compression and the issues near the top or in the middle of the scale, but actually lifting from the start.
Well,
So-
and I did have at least one issue with one of the recommended pay ranges as being too low. And if you do
if you do ask me to come up with an implementation plan, I will look at least one pay range again. The other thing, I remembered what I was going to say. I totally agree with the exceptional children instructional assistants being a higher classification. I've been recommending that in every study that I do, and we did it in my previous school district 20 years ago.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Can I just ask a follow-up to that one? So you're saying that the ECIA isn't a higher classification? That would also come through your recommendation?
It is
Just
not,
that was specific.
it was not prior to the study, but the study does increase it, and I would be supportive of that.
Thank you. Just need to clarify.
Yep.
Okay. Another question I have is, I don't know what slide it is on, but it said, the study ranges have been implemented first and then increased by the 4% state legislated increase, should have been implemented first. Just the study ranges should have been implemented first and then increased with the 4%. Can you explain that to me?
Again, the market-based pay ranges were developed in fiscal year 2022-23. The study was published in 2022-23. So the data that they used was 2022-23 data. Every year, a cost of living increase needs to be applied to whatever your pay ranges are.
Yeah.
So, you know, if the study had been implemented first, then the legislated increase of 4% would be tacked on top of that.
Okay.
It was not implemented that way.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. And then what you mentioned that there are some job categories. This may be a deeper dive too, but which job categories, I'm trying to understand which ones were already at market rate, and which ones were at market rate and which ones now are out of the range allowed by the state?
I will need to study every single pay range
Okay,
and compare it to the state pay ranges to get you a firm answer on that one, but I will do that.
okay, thank you. Let's see, other questions. I think that's it for now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I have a quick question, or maybe I don't know, I have a couple questions. We keep talking about market-based approach, and I just wanted to know, you know, if we use the market-based approach, are there other approaches that districts would take to thinking about salary studies or salary ranges?
Most every study, or really every study, should present a market-based approach, but not every district can afford to implement the full market-based results. So a number of times when I do salary studies and the district tells me that funding is an issue, I will propose a multi-year implementation plan and not just a single year implementation plan. So it's very dependent on budget.
I do have one more follow-up about that.
Okay.
From your assessment of the study, were the when we talk about market based, are we talking about market based within other school districts or comparable entities? Or in some cases, are we talking about market rates that are in private industry or in a different arena?
Both.
Okay. So then, like different ones for different jobs as far as you can see?
Possibly, but
Okay.
as was mentioned, the entry level job categories, you need to peg that based on on things other than just other school districts.
Right, okay.
Ms. Rogers.
Okay. I'm gonna try to move us forward a little bit. I think the Tracy says this is for action. And so I guess my question is, the action is the permanent implementation plan? What's the action?
So the action is to just accept the report. So or I should say receiving the report. In receiving the report, we would have to still decide what we want to take from the recommendations here, but the action would be just to receive the report.
Okay, so I guess I make the motion to receive the report.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Chavez and Ms. Byer. I do have a couple more questions though before we get there, so I do want to make sure. I'm sorry, Mr. Crutchfield, that we got a chance to talk. On I think it's slide number 6, and I think this gets back to Ms. Chavez's question around that apples and oranges comparison. It says no method of using prior experience to place employees on the new schedule was going to yield an appropriate result. Not year for year as the study was implemented and not on state longevity years. When you say it was not going to yield an appropriate result, can you share a little bit more about what you mean by that?
Again, it's just the difference between a market-based study and a complete study that also looks at past experience steps. If all you're wanting to implement is a market-based study, using years of experience was not going to yield an appropriate result. It was going to skew everything greatly toward those experienced employees. But if you did choose to reconstitute those years of experience from the previous 0.85% to the new 1.5%, then it would have been a perfectly appropriate way to implement.
So in thinking about implementing or creating new schedules, we need to have both in mind, the market-based as well as the years of experience is what I'm hearing. And then the other the question I'm thinking about is the step to step. We had heard in some public comments that people don't move step to step every year, but it sounds like the best practice would though be for people to move step to step each year. Is that looking? I don't know if that's a same question or your question.
I had to every single year of history here.
Right.
So it would not surprise me if some years step increases, the step number went up, but pay didn't. But at the same time, I'm not aware of any district that has been able to give actual step increases over last year's pay every single year when the state was freezing pay increases.
That part about the state freezing pay increases, I think is a really important piece, right?
And because 75 to 80% of your classified employees are paid out of state funds.
Right.
So if the state does not give an appropriate experience increment, making up for it out of local funds would be extremely expensive. And that's what I was referring to earlier.
Right. Okay. I think that's an important note for us to remember. Our colleague, Ms. Byer, always likes to talk about how we need to go to the state and advocate for more money. And it's true. The state is who reimbursed us for some of these dollars. So there is a motion on the floor. There's a second. I'm sorry. There's more questions.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Ms. Lewis as well. Mr. Crutchfield, did you have a chance? It feels like we have an unusually large number of employees in a hold harmless category. Have you had a chance to investigate that at all as far as best practices and how we move forward?
I haven't investigated how many such employees are held harmless, but if you continue with stepped schedules and implement a slightly revised version of the salary study, I would advocate that every employee be placed on a step on the new schedules rather than in a held harmless status.
And that would be so that they would have assurance that they would move every year.
Correct.
Right. And that was how our most recent salary study was designed. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you walking us through some of the complexities of this. The 15% raise, just to be clear, and I know others have asked this, but your concern with that largely is that if we move people up, there are many people that we would have to move back down.
If you didn't grandfather in that minimum level of increase, yes.
Thank you.
And then my last question was around the policy. So I have the policies that you have recommended that we do a salary schedule, reclassification, revised implementation, and the effective date. And then my other question goes around policy with yearly increases. Would that be a part of the policies with the salary schedule that a step would happen each year? Or is that another policy? Because as I understand it, sometimes people got off steps based on the individual departments making recommendations and putting people on steps, not by a standard practice.
In my policy template, the way I word it is the Board of Education's goal is to implement an experience increment every year, subject to budget availability.
We have additional questions. Ms. Carter Otten?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Crutchfield, just as we're looking forward to when you'll be able to present us with revised recommendation, it's of great interest to me, and I think others on the board, to make sure that we are able to see where each of the positions and salaries lines up with neighboring districts, right? We don't want, I think we heard loud and clear in public comment tonight that people are keeping an eye on that. And I don't want to lose any of our very experienced staff to other districts. So will you be able to show us for each, as you make your recommendations, how things line up with Wake County, Chapel Hill, Carrboro, Orange, Alamance, Guilford, for example, so that we can then make an informed decision as possible and avoid losing staff if possible?
I think the salary study that you have received did a very good job of that in general. But I think there are a few categories that I would want to consider slight adjustments to. But I think in general, the salary study did a very good job of trying to make you, if not competitive, possibly even more than competitive with neighboring districts.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm wondering, just like, if you are able to, do you think when you present the information to us, show us the comps for the neighboring districts?
It's not as easy to do so as it is for teachers because the data is not maintained at the state level. But I will see what we can put together.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I do also want to address, I think, as we talk about next steps and creating new schedules, one of the things that I know that the Hill study did and a lot of our really veteran folks really appreciated was relieved a lot of the compression that's currently on the schedule. And I want us to see how we do that as well as we think about whatever moves forward, to try to make sure that folks who stay in Durham Public Schools and continue to serve in Durham Public Schools see the increases that they deserve as we go through this study. So I think it's about making sure we lift our folks who are some of our lowest paid folks, but as well as making sure as you stay, and so many of our folks have been here for a long time, that they can see the increases that they deserve on that end too.
Okay.
So there's been a motion, it's been seconded. Any other discussion? Ms. Valladares, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
I have a question. Yes. Mr. Crutchfield, did you receive any of the commentaries provided by the Hill Group throughout the, did you receive, there are a couple of items that the Hill Group has shared since this whole debacle and all the situation that has happened, which I think all of us know has far-reaching impacts. Just checking if you were able to get any of the commentaries that they made based on the presentations they gave us in January about the salary study? And then also, in response to even your slides, have you received any commentary about what the Hill Group said?
I have.
Okay, just wanted to be sure that you'd gotten a chance to see what they had to say.
Yes.
And those are public comment, and you can make FOIA requests. That's to the public. So based on what they were sharing, they continue to talk about that 1.5 and how, and they continue to also talk about the ranges that they're within NC DPI's range. Do you have anything that you want to say in terms of, because the initial implication, for example, in some of the examples are that some of these salary percentages were a little high, but they're saying they're all within the range of NCDPI. Do you know how often they change NCDPI's recommendations for the ranges of these things? Or any context with NCDPI's opinion versus what you recommend to this district?
The NCDPI ranges are applicable to every school district who pays employees out of state funds. And if you pay somebody outside of that range, you on the upper end, you would have to reimburse the state out of local funds for that difference. The current NCDPI salary ranges were revised substantially 2 years ago, and implementation was postponed until July 1, 2024. But those are the ranges that will be implemented July 1, 2024. And that would be what I would be trying to make sure that all of your ranges fit within for anything that's implemented next school year.
Thank you very much.
So now I have another question building off of that. So the new ranges would be the 1.5%? Is that what you're saying? Or that recommendation by NCDPI is already in place?
That recommendation by NCDPI is already in place. They have not had steps in their ranges for 25 years.
Okay.
They just give a minimum and a maximum. You have to pay at least the minimum, and you can't pay it above the maximum. They don't have any recommendation on what you do in between.
Do most districts use steps?
I'd say yeah, the majority use steps. Not all do though. In Winston-Salem Forsyth, we eliminated steps 20 plus years ago.
What do you use if you do not use steps?
You use percentages.
Okay.
So you grant percentages above the minimum for previous experience, and then you give percentages above current pay for implementing pay increases.
And are the percentage increases still based on, is it not based on years of experience?
Well, the placement on those schedules is
Uh-huh.
based on years of experience, based on that percentage above the minimum and where the person was when you implemented those schedules.
Okay. So they're similar to steps in a way, but there's percentages.
They
and not
basically use the same,
firm numbers.
they use the same logic.
Okay.
They just don't necessarily tie total years of experience to a particular step.
Right.
The reason I typically like those is because so many districts have found it impossible to grant annual experience increments,
Okay.
so that their experience does not ever match their pay step.
Because it's hard to afford that.
That's correct.
Okay. And you just mentioned that if someone is on the upper end of the scale, that for the DPI suggests that then the district might have to pay.
If you pay anybody above the maximum that is
Okay.
one of their schedules. Now, there are some employees, some classified employees that they don't have a schedule for. And there are some groups of employees that they have groups of schedules that you can choose between.
So
Right.
most of the, for example, clerical, the state ranges are 5 different pay grades. And you can choose to use any one of those 5 different pay grades. So I doubt that any of your clerical positions would ever exceed the range maximum.
Okay.
That's why the example I gave of data managers doesn't exceed the range.
Okay. Okay. I see. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry,
Ms. Barr?
the questions just keep coming. Mr. Crutchfield, one of the things that I appreciate you bringing in is what the state, ranges are, but also what the state provides on behalf of these folks. So as we go ahead and build these schedules, that's important. What's also been important to me as we evaluate this and build this going forward is that none of our employees live in a vacuum. They are all connected, and the tapestry of certified and classified staff together and what classroom educators, who are our largest employee group, earn in comparison and in contrast to these certified positions. I think that's important as we weave together a salary study for Durham Public Schools that feels equitable, fair, just for everyone. So I think how they interrelate is super important going forward.
Well, if it helps any, my wife was a kindergarten assistant for 10 years. So I learned firsthand every night at the dinner table what goes on and why the classified employees are so important.
Ms. Valladares?
I have another question. Were you able to collaborate with our staff, our administration? For example, we have Ms. Sierra Ojijo, and we also have Dr. King. There's answers to questions from the board, and there's a lot of narrative in there. I'm wondering if you collaborated on anything further than this presentation and the memos that you sent to our chair and Tharrington Smith, and then that they shared with us. So I guess my question is precisely on a comment that I saw about how this might impact growing together, how it might impact some of the other initiatives that we have. And bring it back to the context of the state. The state has imposed, this is not just from this year, for many years, actual caps on spending. And my understanding is 2 categories, which comprise 2 of the most vulnerable students we have in Durham, and I'm not saying the entire state. They are students that have English as a second language, and the other one is students with disabilities. And my understanding is that the cap for English as a second language has been, for the longest, 10.6%. And that the state cap for students with disabilities went up 0.25%. I believe it was like 12.75%, and it is now closer to 13%. And so when it comes to these state caps on the most vulnerable children, and we're faced with not giving adequate resources, I can understand why some of the folks who have talked to us are like, in this current climate of caps on our budget, we have to leverage every single lever to make sure our kids get their due, because the demographics in DPS are very, very clear. We don't have those percentages of ESL students or students that are served by the EC department, and it's not commensurate with that cap. And so because of that, it is so important to pay our instructional assistants, because they actually, do provide services to our youth. And so we want to be able to leverage all that. So my question to you is, with these caps that we have and the recommendations that you brought us based on our budget, I wonder if you think it's a recommendation for us to revisit undiscretionary funds that we got through Mackenzie Scott. I know this is putting you on the spot. What is your opinion about this? But we got $18 million, and we, at that time that we were not in a crisis, designated it in different ways. And I will tell you, there's one number that says there was $1 million. And that $1 million figure is for teacher housing. Now, we have heard some partners in the community, their name's Self-Help. You know, this is a community conversation, so I'm not sharing anything from closed session. These are actual conversations that people have had about their ability to provide subsidized housing, and they have locations for their properties. And so we don't really have a plan for that $1 million for teacher housing. And so there's other things like that, undiscretionary funds. Do you think that as we're having these conversations about what we can actually fund tonight, do you think that everything, including unrestricted funds by a philanthropist, Mackenzie Scott, can be on the table? Do you recommend that at all?
I'm aware that your administration is looking at all of those issues. And please don't get me started talking about the equity of state funding. You will be here all night.
Well, there's one thing that when I started, I asked my question, and I do want to get an answer. Did you collaborate on a document that said that it was, you know, our board questions, and it's a document that is a response to our concerns? Did you collaborate with administration in that?
Yes.
You did. Okay. So there's one thing that I have had to sit with, because Durham Public Schools for all these years has not been able to have representation in the ways that we need. There are a lot of children who don't see themselves in buildings. We have zero. I'm not going to say zero. You know what? We had, but I'm lifting one finger, right, of principals that represent a constituency that is over 34%. And we have a group of interpreters that have to get up earlier than 5 because they have to deal with our buses. We don't have representation that can tend all these calls when moms are calling about the bus not showing up and all that. And so in this current state of limitations that we have in terms of representation, including in leadership, we only have 2 district leaders that actually identify with this immigrant community that is very large in this district. My question about that memo, or that information that you did collaborate with them, is that it mentions funds that have been how growing together would impact. And I actually want for you to tell us, how do you think it's going to impact growing together, and also DLI, which was mentioned and singled out. And I wanted to understand a little bit about why, because I think what I understand is that we may not know how to fund certain things about growing together, but I want to hear that we're going to do the right thing for programs that are going to benefit all children and prepare them to be world-class employees anywhere they go, multilingual, multicultural, and diverse as they are in DPS. And so we cannot, put anything on a sacrifice table because of this mistake. We cannot do that. And so what I want to hear from you is, DLI was singled out in that report as something that doesn't really have any funds attributed to it, and Growing Together has all the designations already that I would like to revisit. And I just want to hear from you whether that can be on the table as well.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood your initial question.
I'm gonna let,
I think
I
I
have
can
not-
answer that.
interim
Okay, our superintendent is going to answer that.
I
think I
have
can
not
answer.
reviewed those documents.
Yeah, I think I can answer that. I think what you're referring to is really information about the fact that there are other initiatives in the district that need funding. Growing Together is present in Mackenzie Scott in a number of different ways. But whether it's DLI or Growing Together, there are additional positions that are needed for schools in order to implement the programs that have been approved as a part of Growing Together. But right now, there aren't funds designated for those additional positions. And there's training, there's resources, there's a number of things. And some places there are funds, but in some places there are not funds. So having flexible funds that are available to begin the work of completing what the board has approved for those initiatives is important moving forward. And that's actually part of a setting budget priorities for 24-25 conversation that'll be coming up in a few minutes.
I appreciate that. And I look forward to, making sure that that is written in, so that we're not saying it's in the air. We may do it, we may not, because those positions are about a program that's going to really give Durham the upper hand, Durham children the upper hand. And I don't know, Mr. Crutchfield, if you speak more than one language, but we
I've
have
had 8 years of Spanish.
8 years of Spanish. I give you credit for that. And we've been telling our teachers Duolingo is free, and we've been trying to continue to build capacity for multiple languages. So thank you so much for that.
I will address one other thing quickly, if I may. Yeah, I said don't get me started on the equity of state funding, but I will say that the LEP funding source is the worst in terms of equity of state funding. Absolutely. And you were exactly correct. The EC lobby has managed to get the cap raised a couple of times in the past few years, and the LEP funding needs a similar lobby.
I remember what I was going to say, Mr. Crutchfield, quickly. So we do not want to hear when your recommendations come to us. I'm sorry, I am fighting for something I am here for. This seat belongs to the people who never had a voice. And if you don't like it, you have to bear with it, because I have been duly elected to do this job. And you're going to let me do my job. And if you don't like it, do your booze. But I'm going to say what I'm going to say. Thank you. And this is why politics messes with our kids, because your politics tells you I'm your enemy, and I'm not. I'm on your same side. I'm fighting for you. But you know what? The politics of who you like and who you don't like has to stop here. This man, people have told me he's a Republican, and this man, just we can be different political affiliations, and we will work together because he actually wants to help us. What I wanted to say is, if you bring recommendations, will you please never suggest that we cut in the areas where we're bleeding the most, and our kids in Durham will thank you that you never bring a recommendation where we're going to weaken our most vulnerable assets, the assets that go to our most vulnerable students. That's just your commitment. Please never make a recommendation like that. Thank you.
I want to pause us there, and let's set this table really clearly. It's important for us to be talking about the policy agendas that we have for our meeting today, right? So the things that are on our agenda around the budget and budget priorities, really important that we do that, and that we do not get into the personal lives of the folks that are doing this work, right? It's actually about, we want to make sure we stay on the agenda. Whatever Mr. Crutchfield presents to us, it's our job as a board to make a decision, right? Of what we want to cut and what we don't want to cut. So he makes the recommendations on the numbers. That's his job. Thank you for looking at the numbers, and it could be an area that we cut, but it's our board's decision around what we cut and what we don't. We do need to keep the conversation on the policy, right? It's got to be about our policy, about our budget priorities on the agenda items that we're doing today, not on the personal lives of folks, right? They come here to do a really good job for us. We appreciate the work that they do. We can't talk about them, all right? So it's important that we keep that really clear. Sorry, there is a motion on the floor. There's a second on the floor. I'm going to go to there's no more discussion. I'm going to go to Ms. Carter Alton. This is to receive the report from Mr. Crutchfield.
Jessica Carter Otten, I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Thank you, Mr. Crutchfield. I vote aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. It's accepted unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Crutchfield. All right, so the next item on our agenda is a continued review of options for the classified salary schedule. I'm going to pass it over to Interim Superintendent Moore to get us started.
Thank you, Chair Umstead. I'm going to get us started this evening with the presentation, if we can go ahead and pull it up, on the compensation study implementation options and what staff is bringing to the board for review this evening. I'm going to go ahead and get started. If you want to go ahead and move to slide 3. I'm generally in the practice of establishing desired outcomes for what we hope to accomplish through the discussion and any action that is taken. And where we are today is we want to ask the board to finalize the 23-24 classified compensation schedules for the remainder of the year. We want to make sure that we are identifying a clear source of funding and reviewing any potential impact based on what that decision might be. We want to provide certainty and stability to our staff, our classified staff, for the remainder of 23-24 for what their salary will be. We also want to make sure that we are providing clarity and expounding on how steps and experience will continue to be a part of the rest of the schedule for 23-24. And then we want to make sure that we sort of bookend this by continuing to prioritize increased compensation goals for 2024 and 25. I actually raised and snapped my fingers a little while ago because This is an ambitious work. It is the right work. And if it takes more than 1 year to accomplish it, we've got to keep moving in that direction and make sure that we arrive at really what is not a goal, because it's a continual journey, because that bar is going to move and we need to keep moving with it. So those are our desired outcomes for this evening. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lassane for the actual options.
Superintendent Moore, Chair Umstead, members of the board, we present to you tonight two compensation options. Both involve eliminating the Hill compensation schedules and considering two different percent increases for staff from the 2022-23 salary schedules. We can move forward. I'm going to advance to option one. Option one would restore the 2022-23 classification salary schedules across the board with an 11% increase, maintaining verified public and private experience at a rate of 1-to-1. The 11% increase is comprised of the 4% from the state and 7% from local funding. This option would eliminate salary grade changes, and some employees would receive less compensation than what they were quoted in their January 2024 letter. Funding for this option is available for the 2023-24 fiscal year. We could advance to option two. Option two would also restore the 2022-23 classified salary schedules with an across-the-board 15% increase, also maintaining verified public and private experience at a rate of 1-to-1. This option would eliminate salary grade changes also, and some employees would receive less compensation than what they were quoted in their January 2024 letter. It should be noted that funding for this option would require an additional $2 million over our current 2023-24 fiscal budget allotted for personnel. Next slide, please. Administration was asked to assess impact. This slide is designed to summarize and be transparent on the impact on the approximate 1,875 employees paid on salary grades 54 through 78. Please note that we say approximate because the database used to review this impact is a snapshot in time, and we have employees entering and leaving DPS daily. You can clearly see that with options 1 and 2, there are 74% and 61% of employees respectively who would see less compensation than the October letters they received that were outside of budgeted amounts to cover employee salaries. From the January 2024 letters, 35% would see a decrease with the 11% option and 30% with the 15% option. Conversely, you will also note the impact of the 11 and 15% options on the percentage of employees who would actually experience an increase. Next slide. This slide indicates a slight adjustment to the prior slide to zero in on a group of employees making less than our benchmark, which was a first-year teacher's salary plus supplement. That amount is $43,450. This represents approximately 1,508 employees from the total set on salary grades 54 through 78. Among this group, with options 1 and 2, there are 68% and 52% of employees respectively who would see less compensation than the October letters. From the January letters, 31% would see a decrease with the 11% option and 28% with the 15% option. With both options, there are significantly less employees who would experience a decrease. At this time, I will turn it over to Superintendent Moore to review with you some next steps.
Thank you, Dr. Lasani. If I could just ask a clarifying question about the previous slide. The percentages there are not about making less, but the percentage that are below the benchmark that we chose as a cutoff of 43,450.
Right.
Okay.
It is a bucket of employees who make less.
Right.
So it
Okay.
shows you the difference in the impact for what would be our lowest paid employees from our entire classified salary group.
Thank you. So I'm gonna go over the next steps on the next slide, but I'm probably gonna insert some comments as I move along, and I have notes, but they're not scripted. So we know that whatever the board implements this evening, we've got to have substantial draft FAQs for classified personnel based on any changes that are made this evening, because folks are going to have questions. HR has been in the practice ever since this has been going on, of meeting with impacted employees one-on-one to review individual concerns, ensure that there's understanding. That needs to continue. And we want to continue to work with our comptroller. And I think this point is really important, because these are two sort of things that are step locked. One is making a decision about what the schedules will look like for the remainder of this year. And the second is that we need to do the work to what I've been calling, and I think every board member's heard me say this, a reset on what happened with the Hill implementation and the study that was done. Hill did exactly what we asked them to do. They provided the information, they told us what the market rates were, they gave us a schedule. All of those were the things that we asked of them. And then the district took that information and created some schedules, made presentations to the board around implementation. And what we have found after those decisions were made was that the financial modeling on what that was going to cost the district was either inadequate, or or there was an assumption that the funds could be found to implement it, as I guess the realizations of how much it was going to cost came to light. That is not a way to do business. And so that is why we are here. I think it's also important to just say, in talking about the Hill study, and I think Mr. Crutchfield alluded to this several times, exceeding caps is not a problem so long as we have the funding for it. Having a 1.5 differential between steps is not a problem if we have the funding for it. Exceeding market rate is not a problem so long as we have the funding for it. So I think it's important to say again that this is an ambitious, visionary work that is happening. It is long overdue. It is needed. Nobody else is tackling this like this. And we didn't do it well. Okay? So we now need to regroup and reset. And that really is what we're trying to do this evening, is to put a pin in where we are for the remainder of the year. As a superintendent, I am going to bring a recommendation that is within budget. That is what a superintendent will do. But I think it's really important to not lose sight of the fact of what the work is that's before us, to not lose the momentum and not lose the vision of what this was intended to do, because it is what's right for our kids, for our schools, for this community. And so that's what I'm looking forward to as we go to the next step after this evening. I think that, and you know, I would be remiss if I didn't tack on to the fact that while this current situation that we are in is one of our doing with regards to how this was implemented and not well, I would be remiss if I did not say that these conversations would be very different if our school systems, our public employees, were adequately compensated as the Constitution requires our legislators to do. That doesn't take away anything from the mess that we're in right now that is a Durham mess, but it is they do kind of go hand in hand. And so I just wanted to say that. And again, the last thing that I would say is that, this is not a destination. This is a journey. Market rates will change. What it stays to be market competitive will change. And we need to continually update and move and flow within that direction. This is fabulous work, and to know how much the community supports it and wants to do it. And I hope that commitment will bear out as this board and this current superintendent, for the next few months anyway, will prioritize what that funding looks like moving forward and those who support us in that. Those are my comments.
So this, we do now have discussion. Thank you all for that presentation. And
So just to be clear, what staff is recommending at this point, and I think that's been made clear already,
I was going to
is
ask
that the
that.
board take action to approve the 11% above the 22-23, provide certainty and stability to our staff about where their salaries will be between now and the end of June, and then with the understanding that we are tasked with bringing back new salary schedules that reflect what the board's will is around the market study compensation, create a path forward for however long this will take in order to do, and what that kind of money and commitment looks like with good numbers. And I do think it's important that, and we haven't figured out exactly how to do this, so I'm open for suggestions, just don't yell them out, for how we engage those that are most impacted in what those options look like moving forward prior to board adoption.
Thank you for those recommendations. Board members, we have questions or discussion? Ms. Rogers?
I have two clarifying questions. The first one is about, I think it's slide 8, where we see the assessing potential impact. Dr. Lasane, can you share with us a little bit, or anybody, why salaries would go down from January and what that means there?
So as far as why salaries would go down from the January letter is because we are basing it from their 2022-2023 letter. And so you have some individuals who would have, even from the January 2024 letter, if their increase, okay, from their 2022-23 compensation was greater than 11%, okay, then they would be receiving less at just 11%. Does that make sense? So if you received a January letter that was 20% higher than your 2022-23 compensation, then doing a flat across the board, 11% means you would be making less.
Okay.
You would be making less than what had been quoted to you, but you're still making more money from 2022-23.
Okay, that was my follow-up question. So when we look at these percentages on this slide, if there was a column for 2022, 2023, and we select option 1,
100% would have an increase.
and option 2,
100% would have an increase.
okay. And this is just 1875 employees.
Correct.
And
Well,
that's the only
based on
thing-
a snapshot.
Based on the snapshot. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? We'll go to Ms. Carter Alton and then swing back around.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge the frustration that I heard in public comment and that we've seen in emails about the same two options coming up before us. And I'll just start by saying that I was also very frustrated initially. I would like things to also move faster. I want us to be able to fix this mess faster. I want new solutions now or yesterday or last week. For various reasons, that has not been possible. And I think this is where we are here now today. And I'm looking at this now as a two-tiered approach. As our interim superintendent stated, this is one step. I don't like that we're having to make a stopgap measure now. But I want this to be a step to then do something far greater and better, and for this to be a process for us. So I'll stop there for now and then may have some additional questions or comments later.
Ms. Chavez?
All right. Thank you for bringing this to us. This continues to be very difficult. I do have some questions, and I think, Carrie, you reported this information to us about the true cost of, sorry, Mr. Crutchfield, of what the true cost of paying the around 1,300 workers who are affected by this. Let me back up. That it costs more than we previously thought. You stated that it costs around $1 million rather than 700,000 to pay people based on the October letters each month. Is that correct? And could you elaborate?
He said one more time, Mr. Crutchfield, in the mic.
I'm sorry. It would be approximately $1 million more per month than was available in the budget.
Okay. And so trying to understand this, I guess, why did we think it was less? And maybe Ms. Ojijo, there's a question for you. Why did we think it was less and it's actually more?
No, I can answer that.
Oh, okay. Okay, great.
The board had indicated previously they did not want to decrease the hourly paid workers. So the $700,000 calculation was based on knowing that those would not change. So the 700,000 was just the salaried employees' impact. The hourly paid employees' impact was going to remain either way, according to what the staff had heard the board say.
So 700,000 was
For the
for
salary.
salaries,
Yeah,
and
for the salary.
300K was for the hourly
Hourly,
workers.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Given this, when we approved the 4.5 million in fund balance we just officially approved it. But when we approved it in January to cover salaries from July through January, we were only covering salaries and, was there a discrepancy there? Because we were, that was based on the $700,000 a month. Were there additional funds needed basically that weren't approved?
There will be additional funds needed.
300,000 per month.
Approximately 300,000 per month, plus the month of February.
Okay.
I think it's also important to note that those figures were how much in addition to the other salaries. Like, we were comparing option 1, option 2, option 3. So those figures that were given were the difference between the two options. Also, it was not necessarily addressing how much over budget or how much it was in comparison to the budget itself. It was more of the apples to apples comparison of, if I'm looking at these two options, what is the difference between the options?
Like the two options in January. So, okay, that's what we were, and there will be, again, to make sure I'm clear, there will be $300,000 per month more. Or state again where that's coming from, since that wasn't budgeted for either, is my understanding, the 300,000 for hourly workers?
Well, and I do think it's important to understand, we have been, all of us, them and me, have been evaluating the entire budget to try to come up with additional resources to cover this. And so we have, even since I mentioned the $1 million, we have identified some additional resources. So we will need to recalculate everything anew and come to the board with an additional budget amendment to budget the amount of fund balance that we think will be necessary. And again, then based on whatever action you take tonight also.
And that is in addition to what we've already allocated, correct?
The budget amendment in January was based on a $700,000 number. We will need to reevaluate that. It probably won't be a full million, but it will be, it might be above 700,000, but we're, you know, we're still looking for additional resources to cover this, so.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Chavez.
All right. So then this is my question in the, with this line of questions. What then is the true cost of covering classified salaries at the rate that they are currently at from March through June, March, April, May, June, $4 million roughly?
Probably not, because you have 10-month employees and you have 12-month employees. The 10-month employees do not get paid in June, and they're the majority of your employees. So the $1 million would be applicable for March, April, May, or somewhere in that neighborhood, and then June would be a lower figure.
Thank you. All right, other questions? This is another, let me just tell you what I'm interested in knowing. I don't know that we have this data right now. I know that Superintendent Moore, you've been working vigorously since you got here, and there's been a lot for you to dig through, Mr. Crutchfield, and also Ms. Ojijo, you have stepped up and taken this on as well. So, but what I'm wondering is on the slide with Group 1, those 1,027 people who would go down, I'm with the 11%. I'm particularly concerned about that, the going down and how much, and I don't think, I would be interested in any information you have about that. But I'm wondering, we know how many, and that's helpful to know. Trying to get an idea. I know we're just interested to know what that significant difference is going to be. We've just heard so many stories of people making various commitments with their funds, as we all do, and for those who make under 43,500 or 43,500 essentially, it's not much to live off of, especially if you have kids. So I am just wondering how that's going to impact people. Is there any more data that we have about that? And I know you've been crunching numbers and trying to give us as much as you could.
We do have some additional data. I understand that those numbers are there, but what it does not tell you is the span. Is it a decrease of $5 or a decrease of $500? And so I think, Ms. Ojijo, you have some.
Yeah, as Ms. Ojijo gets ready to start with what the information that she has, I also feel compelled to say that our systems, our processes, our communication, and how people interact and work across different divisions and departments, and our systems and our processes. I mean, our checks and balances, our flow of paperwork, the systems that we actually use that are, you know, our ERP system, which is halfway implemented. We have a new program that's halfway implemented, and the part that's not implemented is the payroll and HR part. We have work to do. that's not adequate either. And so it's, you know, trying to understand where the money is and how to best apply it. But there are barriers in the systems, processes, communication, and how we work across departments now that need to be improved to actually be highly functioning.
As far as the lowest paid group, the data that I have evaluates the entire group of 1875. So if you're looking at unaffected individuals, we're looking at 486 unaffected individuals. They either unaffected or minimally or get more. People who are affected less than $100 a month, there's 276. Between
Ms.
100.
Ojijo, sorry, can you just say them again and a little slower for us? Thank you.
Yes. Those individuals that are less than $100 a month, it is 276.
And Ms. Ojijo, you are talking about the whole 1875.
The whole 1875. And then between 101 and 250, there are 227 individuals. Between 251 and 500, there are 290 individuals in this data set. And then individuals that are between 501 and $1,000, there's 476.
Can we clarify if it's the January or October? I don't remember hearing that.
That would be from the October.
From October. I just thought
Yeah.
that was important in those numbers.
Yes. And then those individuals that have a reduction in excess of $1,000 is 120.
Thank you. And there is no way to know at all how many of those people would be on the lower end of that scale in particular.
In that exact data set, no. I mean, I
Okay.
do know that there are 1,508 that fall in the group, but that's the more and less. Actually, I tell you, it's 1,027 get less in the lowest end.
Using.
But
the
I can't
beginning-
give you the dollar amounts in that calculation.
Okay.
And that's using the beginning year teacher salary as the index.
Yes, that's using, and it's the beginning year based on the FY '23 because it's assuming we haven't made any increases. So that's a baseline of 43,450.
Okay.
Can you repeat that first number that you gave? This number of employees would be impacted. Sorry.
In the $100, less than $100 category.
No, sorry. After you gave the list of the different groups, you said, I think Ms. Chavez asked around under that 4,300 threshold number. Is that?
So the first year teacher salary that we used to calculate these was 43,450, because that was the first for the fiscal year ending last year, the FY '23 fiscal year.
And I'm sorry, but I just want to clarify to make sure that's the teacher salary plus supplement.
And I want to make one additional comment, editorial. Many of the data requests that have come in about how we slice and dice the data and get really granular about who and how people are impacted, they are reasonable requests that should be able to be fulfilled by how we press a button and get a report out that tells us. And I'm just telling you right now, that doesn't happen. And that goes back to the systems, the processes, the infrastructure, how people communicate across departments, how data is input into the system, perhaps for the sake of expediency, but then it does not allow you to pull out the granularity of what you need moving on later. That needs work as well.
fact that the software and payroll was written in 1980. Literally. I know that because I was there when it.
So all of that is, Ms. Ajijo, that is something that we are all struggling with mightily, and I know you have been too, as you have looked at different scenarios. I want you to have a chance because we talked, Ms. Rogers and I, with you yesterday, trying to press on this 11% and where it came from. We were saying 12. We were looking for more money. We were trying to scrape and find what was left. The 11 seems like a random number, but it actually is essentially the maximum amount of raises that we can give that keep us within budget.
The rest of the year.
With the budget that we have, reconcile the way that it currently is, that was the threshold of where we started to see things change negatively. So yes, so when we calculated what we had available, 11% is where we landed with having the budget in good standing.
And then each percentage, you said, takes us up about $1 million for this group of employees. It comes from school operations and other student efforts. And then we have already supplemented the budgeted amount for these employees over $5 million this year, just to be clear. This is an impossible decision for this board, and one that we are struggling with mightily. I appreciate Superintendent Moore coming and actually being clear with us and saying we when it wasn't her problem, but she has come right in and owned it with us. I know I, along with my colleagues, have rewatched every meeting, have reread every minutes, have read minutes and dug into spreadsheets, and apologize again and again and again to each and every one of you that your lives are caught in this. This is not what we wanted for you. I appreciate the plan that is brought here so that we can work with experts and reset with an 11% and give you all certainty about checks coming forward.
Ms. Rogers?
I just have a question. It goes back to the earlier questions around the hourly staff versus the salaried staff and that difference between the 700 and the 300,000. Ms. Moore, I hate to put you under some pressure. I've gone back and looked at other meetings like Ms. Byer has shared. I'd love to see some documentation about when we made that decision as a board and why. Particularly around when we go to do the next salary schedule. See if we can find some information about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments, questions, board members? I do have a couple. I just want to, you all have talked about recommendations that are within budget. And I want to just kind of be clear about when we say within budget, what does that mean? It feels like a very simple question, but I think it's an important one to kind of name, like how what that means.
We have basically identified how much of your total local budget is available to implement the increase. And you have already spent
8 months for 12-month employees and 7 months for 10-month employees based on the previous implementation. All 7 and 8 of those months were paid in addition to the monthly amount that would have been available in the budget.
Mhm.
There are 3 more months of 10-month employees and 4 more months of 12-month employees' salaries that can be paid, and the 11% makes those payments match up with the monthly amount available in the budget. You will still be over the 7 and 8 months worth that's been paid, and you will, and basically we are looking at all kinds of one-time funding to cover that, but that one-time funding will not be available next year.
Yeah.
Once it's expended, the one-time funding is gone. So anything as of July 1 will need to be within annually budgeted funds.
Right. I appreciate that. I think that's one of the things that makes it so tricky when we're talking about salaries. They are reoccurring funds,
Exactly.
right? And so while one-time gifts can be used for short-term purposes, they don't allow us to sustain that for the longer term.
Correct.
And if we are to continue going over our budget, that puts the district in a budget deficit. In order for us to cover that deficit, what will we be looking at?
I'm not 100% through with my evaluation of this
Mhm.
year's budget. I feel reasonably comfortable that using all of your one-time funding, you
Mhm.
could continue. But I would not recommend using all of your one-time funding. One-time funding, fund balance is for emergency purposes, and emergencies can arise in many, many different ways.
Mhm. Okay. That's helpful to hear. I think I looked at the calendar. It's been 6 weeks, I think, since we've been in this turmoil. And while I don't love every single option today, what I do appreciate about the options is it allows us to stay in budget. And I think what's vital for us to consider is what happens next. That is a sustainable budget that we can continue to increase our employees' salaries for the future. Many of you have asked about the county meeting that was postponed, and I'm happy to address that. During normally the typical meeting of the joint meeting of the Board of County Commissioners and the Board of Education, the Board of Education discusses their budget priorities. And so we start to give the county an idea of what we're looking at for our budget ask. The board has not been able to talk about our budget priorities yet. And so we, in conversation with Superintendent Moore, we asked to postpone that meeting because we know how important it is to be able to be partners with our county and go in and talk about what our budget priorities will be. That's actually, as we've worked to increase our relationship and work to support our relationship with the county, we've asked to go in to share early what we think our budget requests might be. So that was the nature of moving that meeting back. And with the options that we have currently and the idea of bringing new salary schedules in March, it gives us an opportunity, if we need increased funding, to put that in our budget ask. That is a reoccurring ask that we can have every year. And so we can think about what does it mean to increase folks' salaries for the 24-25 year. And then we know if we include that in a budget ask, that's a reoccurring fund that we could keep over and over. So I think we are it feels like an impossible situation. And it's been a challenging last couple weeks. There's not a solution. I wish I had the paycheck, the account to write the money for it, but we don't have that right at this moment. And so I think that's what puts us in this really challenging position. The other thing I know that we are also thinking about as a board is a lot of our one-time funding is coming to an end soon. As many school districts across the country are navigating the end of ESSER funding and ESSER dollars. And we know that we have many positions that are currently in those roles, and we want to make sure that we're able to continue to support our students, support our schools, and support staff members. So I think there's a larger budget question that we need to be and priorities that we'll talk about later today. It's a multi-year conversation that I think that we really need to have around our budget. Our board members probably are tired of me asking around how are we planning for the end of the ESSER funding, and how do we plan for our budget in multiple years because of the needed ask of growing together, of DLI, of all the things that we know that are coming within the years. How we want to retain really great educators in all of our different positions. We want to keep advocating for raises. And so we have to think about that in not just one term, but multiple years, so we can have sustainable raises and sustainable budget for our district. So I think that's all. I do have one just kind of technical question on this presentation. If we can pull back up the slides. I'm a person that needs to hear things sometimes multiple times, so I apologize if you addressed this already. But in the slide where you have assessing potential impact for group 1, can you explain the number? There's January 2024 letter, and then there's more, and there's a number. Can you explain what that number represents? Like the 1,035. Can you just like put it in a sentence for me of what that number represents?
So the 1,035 based on the January 2024 letter means 69% of the individuals in group 1 would receive more than what was in that letter, with the base of 11% from 2022-23.
And just to extend that, group 1 is the footnote at the bottom. The 1,508 employees that are currently making less than 43,450.
Thank you. That's clarifying for me. Is there any other comments or questions from board members? I'm sorry, Emily, Ms. Chavez.
I wanted to ask about fund balance and use of it for emergencies. Can you give some examples of emergencies that fund balance would be used for? That from your experience, what you've seen.
Sure. If you lost a boiler, if you had some kind of catastrophe that wasn't covered by insurance, if for some reason and this is one that's happened at least 3 times in my career, if the state ended up with a shortfall of revenues in any given year compared to their budget, they actually come back and take away state allotment money. And if you didn't have fund balance, and a lot of times they take it back in May. So if you didn't have fund balance, you would go into a deficit that year. So those are 3 examples that I'm familiar with.
Thank you. That's helpful. Well, this is what I'll say. This is very hard. This has been hard. I want to vote for the 11% because I'd like to move past this, and I know that there's been a lot of effort put into thinking through looking at our budget now. I know the options are the same. I know there's also been new analysis that's been helpful for me to understand. And I think a lot of us, I'm just gonna say I have a hard time. Well, these are my concerns. I've said my concerns about people losing funds for things that they've already committed to spending them on. I'm also concerned about funds that, with the like Mackenzie Scott money that we did not budget for. I have a question about why we didn't budget for them, but I also I am concerned for the solid implementation of that, of growing together and all that we have planned for that. And I also, when when I think about most valuable resources for our students, I just think about the people who are with them every day. And it's not a value that I want to say none of us are opposed on that value up here. We discuss this like every day. And that's just what I think. I think like my vision is that our kids are surrounded all the time, especially in middle school, but all the time with people who see them and love them and see them. And obviously teach them to see the world in new ways and all those things. I just have a hard time letting go of the idea that we might not be able to fund people through the end of the year at what we've committed. I feel, and I know that we have some of the funds that are available might not, that are unrestricted might not be there, but yeah, I guess that's, I just, I'm having a hard time getting with the 11% and not knowing who in especially in group 1 is going to lose.
When you say who, are you speaking of positions in particular?
Like how many positions, like numbers, like how many, are there a lot of people who are living at a rate where it's already, it's not affordable to live in Durham, making, under $45,000 pretty much. And so are those people losing, over $100? Are those, or are most, only two? And I know that, especially for those who are losing more than that. So I'm conflicted as usual.
Any other comments or questions from board members?
May I say something?
Yes, Ms. Carter, and then I'm sorry, Ms. Lewis.
Oh, go ahead.
I thank you for this conversation from our board colleagues and the conversation about the Hill study and where we stand and how we can move forward. To remove the Hill study removes tension around our budget and what was approved. Also implementing the years of experience back, knowing that this was done built on an inaccurate financial model that our budget cannot support. And I heard various public comments and questions, and I've had some conversation with Ms. Moore about this. So I am going to direct this question to you. What prevents, and I guess nothing prevents us, but what are the considerations that would cause a pause for asking for additional funding requests from 23-24? What are some, and I know this is your next presentation, but can you speak to some of those considerations of a request to the Board of County Commissioners?
I think in general terms, one-time funding as a stopgap for a salary schedule that we're not planning to implement is problematic. And I think what I think we should seek as a district is permanent funding to implement the schedule that we determine is what informed by the Hill study, a reset with understanding where our budget actually is and where we want to move forward, potentially over more than 1 year, depending on what we see. Because if the total cost of this ends up being $20 million, we've only got a little over $4 million that came from the commissioners last year for this. And so there's some big asks in front of us as we move forward to get to the market rate. And what I'm saying is we need to do the work to get to the market rate and divvy it up in the pieces that we are comfortable with in terms of the requests that we make, but it needs to be with permanent funding. rather than continuing to implement something that we already know is not going to work. And then ultimately, of course, it is the board that makes that call, though.
And hold on, let me see if I can find my question. I'm gonna have Jessica go ahead. I know she had a question. I think it was in a presentation. Let me pull that up again, and then I'll come back to my other question I had for you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you. I wanted to also state that that part of the biggest hangup that I have at this point is similar to what my colleague Ms. Chavez is talking about, which is that though we've tried to, we've not been able to get more information about who the folks are, and more importantly, the impact, like how large the decrease is, right? And I think that matters. And we're left with, two not great options and don't have all of the information on who's being most impacted. And yeah, my primary interest is making sure that we don't leave people unable to pay rent or pay basic bills by actions that we take tonight. So that's my concern. I'm hoping that we can find a way around that.
Ms. Cardalton, is that the end of your comments, or did you have a question? Or?
Well, I'm wondering if at this point, like if Mr. Crutchfield or Ms. Ojijo could advise us on, like, is there some way for us to perhaps provide some type of a one-time bonus to those who are in that group one that would help give them a bridge? Like if we were to move forward with one of these plans and we know that there's going to be nearly 500 people whose salaries are going down even from January. So just thinking about, like, is that a possibility for a way to move forward?
Ms. Cardalton, if I could just maybe take that. I think if the board would like to direct us to see if that is an option, if there are funds that are available that the district could use to do something to offset this if it's not in salaries, I'm happy for us to go take a look and see if there's something somewhere. And hope that we can.
Thank you.
Is there consensus on the board from that? You'd like me to try?
Does this require a motion, or are we?
No, but I think it is important to sort of have consensus from the board. It's not a motion, it's not a vote, just sort of direction that is board directed by a majority of the board.
I think especially in those categories in that group one where.
I understand.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was going to be, but the question I was trying to come back to, because I think you said we need to consider our options prior to a board adoption to work with the lowest paid. So I've written that down, just wasn't sure where it was. So, I haven't done research, analyzing the impact of our budget, talking with classified staff at length and their supervisors, lamenting over the underfunding from our public schools from the state level, holding these truths at the same time as we decide how to move forward. And there's good, better, and best solutions, and I want a solution that decreases harm and has a greater positive impact with assessing our long-term solutions. So directing the staff to look at those options for our lowest paid would give me a bit more reprieve to being able to move forward. So thank you for that option.
Ms. Rogers?
I make a motion that we accept option 1 for the remainder of the fiscal year 23-24.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Byer. Board, is there any other discussion? I do want to note as we get ready to vote, we don't know where this will land, but I think I've heard clearly from the board, we do desire to figure out how to continue to work to raise employee salaries. And so the next conversation after this is about budget priorities and to consider what does that look like in a permanent way, right? A sustainable, reoccurring way. That's a really important thing I think I want to note to everyone that's here and that's listening to us. We care deeply and value all of you and every single thing you do. You're here tonight and we know you're going to be up early tomorrow morning, some of you at 3 and 4 o'clock to make sure our babies get to and from school tomorrow. And so I do want to say thank you and be really clear about that desire for more permanent funding. Ms. Carter Austin.
Can I
Uh,
say something?
Chavez, sorry.
I want to say, I appreciate Superintendent Moore that you have brought us something responsibly within budget and with the, freedom I have as a board member to say, I can't, and I just feel that we should pay people what we told them we would pay them. I know that our staff is working so hard, and we do want to do something going forward that is permanent, that is moving toward something I would like to see radically more equitable. And I've said it again and again. I feel like our integrity is important, and I wish we had not promised money that we did not have budgeted, because that wasn't responsible to do. And I believe we should pay people what we said we would pay them. We can vote.
If I could jump in a minute, I
Oh.
would like to try to answer part of Ms. Carter Otten's question. We were able to look, thanks, Ms. Ojijo, just to break down, and it's exactly what we had kind of talked about earlier. If you'll remember what Mr. Crutchfield showed about experience, you don't see a particular trend across a category of employment. What you see is based on years of experience. So when you talk about that impact from the lowest, maybe up to $100 versus someone who may be over 1,000, it is based on that scaled increase from the steps. And so I just want to say, you don't see like this happen to custodians. You see it all across custodians based on years of experience.
Yeah. And I think that was noted in the presentation, right? That a lot of our folks who were on the veteran end had some of the larger increases, which is some of what our Hill study did, right? And we thought that was, we want to continue to consider how do we address compression so we can honor folks who've been here and we're doing really good work for a long time. Sorry.
I just want to addressing what Ms. Chavez just said. As you've made that statement and wanting to honor what was said in October, and I has asked you this question before, are you looking for a solution towards that? If it's not in our budget, what is our solution for that to happen? Did you have I thought you had some other thoughts around it.
This was a question that I posed to the administration, I think about, I don't know, 2-3 weeks ago. And so this was in our set of questions that was answered this week. The board posed many questions. We got them to Dr. King on time last Tuesday, and the administration did answer those. And so I have many documents here. My question or ask was, please propose 2 to 3 ways that we could keep people at the same salaries they were told they would receive in October from March to June. And the response was that it requires identifying one-time funding. The possibilities are requesting funds from the county, but I don't think that is of preference because we want to, we want to ask the county for sufficient funds for what we, want to propose for our budget next year. Identifying funds, district funds, and this notes that the board has asked about Mackenzie Scott, which changes or eliminates previously identified needs, and that over 75% of district funds is currently in personnel. So I don't feel that I'm the expert on this, but I had been looking toward, maybe Mackenzie Scott funds and some of fund balance, but I'm not the expert on our finances. So I don't know if you all want to speak to that at all. Like my purpose in asking it was to find out what would we sacrifice, what would we need to do, what would we have to sacrifice, what would that involve.
I think what we're talking about there is, the notion of continuing funds versus one-time funds, wherever they come from, which I've talked about just a few minutes ago. But when you look at things like Mackenzie Scott or trying to identify sources of funds from within the district, it's about initiatives that we've already committed to, but it's also about the things that are out there. Initiatives that we have committed to that we have not fully identified the cost or funds of. And, DLI is one of those. All those schools need additional positions. That is also visionary work that the district is doing. And we talked about a little bit about the ESSER transition, the number of people that are on ESSER, and how we're going to move forward off of that transition. I think that when you look at the whole budget of all of the things that are coming before us, the ask that we would want to make of the commissioners who support us becomes unreasonable if you try to do all of those things at the same time. And to cover any hole with one-time funding does take away from other places where one-time funding is what it's used for, whether it's resources or training, those things that are one-time funds.
Just for instance, Ms. Ojijo, do you have just like the 113 folks on ESRA funding, that kind of salary level to maintain those folks? Have you run any models on what that alone would be next year?
Ms. Ojijo, if you can say
For the
that, Mike.
113 that you were saying were over allotted, the 113?
Well, I was not thinking about the over allotted, but that's another category, but the ESRA funded folks, the ones that are propped up with federal funding that's expiring. And maybe I'm early before we get to budget conversations, but.
Well, as difficult and important as the decision you're making right now, the next agenda item is actually going to be more difficult because you've got the ESSER funding cliff and you've got the other unmet needs that you're going to have to try to find resources for, permanent resources for. And so you're faced with a double whammy.
That's part of what I was kind of alluding to when we first started getting financial concerns brought to us, that this is one of many really difficult things this board is facing.
There is a motion on the floor. It's been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion?
I have a friendly amendment. My friendly amendment is that this decision, this vote that we're putting to vote, we haven't specified a time. When does this start? Presumably, like it's tonight, right? Like we vote on it and it's implemented tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to read that it says that in North Carolina, we have to provide notice of changes. The state is required to provide affected employees with written notice at least 30 days before any changes are made to their compensation, and that this is outlined in North Carolina State Personnel Manual, Section 4.3. If the implementation of a salary study results in a reduction in salary or grade, the employee must receive at least 30 days written notice prior to the effective date of the change. This notice period allows employees time to adjust to any changes and seek support or guidance as needed. And I do want to just highlight, Mr. Crutchfield, I apologize for mentioning your background. I was trying to make a point about this is not about politics. This is about common sense, numbers, a solution. So I just want to say it was no slight at all, and I never intended it. I hope you understand I never meant it that way. What I'm saying is this is about numbers, and this is about providing people sufficient notice before we change something. And I just won't be able to support something that is about changing people's salaries tonight and it goes in effect tomorrow, and we haven't given the proper notice. So what I heard, and maybe you can clarify for me, is that you can, in fact, in the month of March, take information from the Hill study and make sure that we're not doing square peg in a round hole scenarios with the 0.85 and the 1.5. You can take the month of March, and in that 30-day period that we give people, come up with a solution that will not allow us to, number one, waste $83,000 that we spent on a salary study about, and actually leverage the information we got from there and implement it the right way, the way it should have been implemented from the beginning. Is that time limit true, that in the month of March you can clarify for us, please?
The board has provided additional information tonight, which is valuable information for anybody to use to implement going forward. What it tells me is that I would want to present more than one option to the board.
Yes.
moving forward.
Thank you.
And so I might need a little extra time, but I'm sitting here, the wheels are turning.
I love that.
As I'm here tonight.
I love that. We're about solutions. We're trying to make, this is a train wreck.
The wheels
train wreck.
The wheels are turning.
The wheels on the bus go round and round.
Right. And so
Yes. So how much time, like you say the month of March, how much time do you think you would need to give us a solution to this problem, which number one will include years of experience? Folks have said, do not cut our years. And will include recommendations from the salary study that should be commensurate and should fit. It shouldn't be a square peg in a round hole based on what you
in my
mentioned earlier.
presentation, I had said I could have it by early March. Based on what I'm hearing now, I'd like the full month of March.
The full month of March. That's very considerate, I think.
We have two board meetings in March, the 6th and the 21st. I believe the cadence is off, maybe due to spring break. Okay. So I don't see it before the 21st.
I mean, that could be my goal.
Yeah.
But
So maybe the 21st. We'll shoot for the
Maybe.
21st.
Maybe.
And I do think that the salary schedules that you're bringing would be for the 20 would start July 2024. Is that correct?
That would be my recommendation,
Okay.
yes.
Well, there's a motion on the floor that's been properly moved and seconded, I guess, but I'm not voting for that. But I guess it needs to be called for vote. Last time, our attorneys didn't let me do a vote on a motion that was properly moved and seconded, but this time we do have to do that vote.
Yes, we do have to do a vote. Did you have an amendment, Ms. Valladares?
My amendment is that I was going to amend for there to be a time and a date for this implementation of this salary study I'm not supporting, that it would be after, it would be implemented not in the month of February, not in the month of March, because we got to give 30 days, that it would actually be implemented after March 30th, but you're bringing something to us March 26th. I want to be safe. It will not be implemented until July 1st of 2024.
Yeah, yes. To be clear, what the board has already asked staff to pay folks at the same rate for February, right? So February checks will be at the same rate the folks were paid from July now through February. This motion is around what schedules will be from March to June, And then we'd have a recommendation that would come for schedules for 24, starting in July 1, 2024, just for clarity. So I think we're all on the same page. Ms. Carter Otton, I'll start with you.
I just need to say one more thing and then I will vote. Just want to respond to this idea of like paying people we promised them. I absolutely believe that our greatest asset is our staff. We cannot meet the needs of our children, improve their academic outcomes without our staff. My concern is that if we move forward with paying some staff at higher than market rates, we are hurting other staff. So I'm trying to look at all of our staff as a whole. And I think as a board, I think we're trying to do that here and make sure that we consider the needs of all of our staff moving forward, not just a handful. So that's my concern with this idea of, again, of course, I want us to keep our word, but we have to balance that with this desire to support all of our staff. And with that, Jessica Carter Otten, I vote aye.
Thank you, Ms. Carter Otton. Ms. Rogers,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
No.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
No.
and I vote aye. So it passes 5-2. Thank you. We are going to do a brief recess now and return in about 10 minutes, board members. We are now back from our brief recess, not so brief. The next item on our agenda is the board and superintendent discussion of DPS budget priorities for 2024-2025.
I'm going to get us started on this. So it is budget development time. I think in the normal cadence of the board, you may have already had a meeting by the end of January to do this work, but I know that there have been other things that needed to take precedence, but I felt it was something that we needed to jump on quickly as I got here. So I'm going ahead and throwing it in the fire at the first meeting because we do have a timeline. And I think based on a conversation with the county manager that I had earlier this week, the timeline and the sharing of information is a lot more extensive and much earlier in Durham than what I've been used to in the past, but I think that's really great. And so here we go. Again, I'm going to start with desired outcomes for what I'm hoping that we will accomplish through this conversation. I'm going to start by just reviewing the DPS strategic plan pillars. I've had a chance to look at that document and do that work, and I think we always need to ground our conversations about our budget in our pillars in our strategic plan. A budget is a values document, and I think our work should reflect the values that we have put into our strategic plan. I want to review the current staff work that has already occurred to identify areas of consideration and need, things that we already know are in the pipeline that we need to discuss. And then I'd like the board to react to that initial list and to discuss potential additional priorities or areas of consideration or dig any deeper into anything that might show up on a list. This is a first step. It is, number one, but this discussion will impact and influence how the superintendent's proposed budget that will come to the board by April 11th at the latest. I don't know if it could come earlier, but the formal presentation will come then, although clearly we will have some understanding of what's in there before that time. And then the final consideration in our desired outcome is to identify a timeline for next step. It is a proposed timeline, so there's room to do some work there as well as we get to it. So starting with the strategic plan pillars, and you guys are more familiar with these even than I am, but I think they're really good ones. And as I said, they deserve that reiteration as we move into the public discussion of our budget priorities. At that top of that list is to increase academic achievement, to provide a safe school environment that supports the whole child, to attract and retain outstanding educators and staff, to strengthen school, family, and community engagement, and to ensure fiscal and operational responsibility. So I would just ask that we keep those in mind as we speak to the priorities and provide feedback later on around what's missing, what to add, or even how to prioritize. So there are some local budget needs that are legislated. And I put that in parentheses because the legislature, as you know, approves a 2-year budget at a time. And the next year will be the second year of the biennial budget. So there are some things that are already baked into the budget bill for next year that we know are coming and that we need to prepare for. So the first one is the certified salary increase, which is legislated in the second year of the biennial budget. We've put in an estimate of 5%. You may recall that those raises differ. They're weighted more towards the front end of the scale for inexperienced teachers, and the average raises for teachers in the pipeline really is somewhere between like 3.6 and 10.8 or something like that, but it is around an average of 5%. And so I just need to say that range exists based on the schedule adopted by the state. And then for classified salary increases, what's legislated for the second year of the biennial budget is 3%. And it was around 4% in the first year, about 3% for overall 7% across 2 years. So both of those first bullets, we can go ahead and calculate right now what we think will be the impact on the local budget, because the state will pick up the cost of the raise for employees that are state paid out of state funds, but every district has employees that are paid out of local funds, and the local funds have to pick up the cost of the raises for those individuals. So there is a local cost to the state legislated raises that we do not have a choice about. Two other areas where districts do not have a choice. The legislation, the budget from the General Assembly increased the retirement rate from 25.02 to 25.5. Again, we can get a pretty good handle on the cost of that in terms of how that's going to increase for the local employees for whom the district needs to pick up that increase. And then the same for the health insurance, that increase from 75.57 to 80.95 for our locally funded employees is picked up by the district. And I start with this because when you add all of these numbers up, and you can see what the numbers were for last year. I think last year the numbers for these same categories were somewhere around $5 million, $5 or $6 million. So we're looking at the same needs moving forward for the next year. And then some additional budget considerations that staff has discussed. And I think some of these have happened in public discussions with board members as well. There is a desire to see a substantial increase to the teacher local salary supplement. This is the amount that Durham pays its teachers above and beyond the state minimum salary. Durham already has a teacher supplement, and there is a desire to increase that supplement. I think I've even heard to try to lead the state in what the teacher salary supplement is. And so we're running calculations on different models for how much we might want to bring to the board to increase the local teacher supplement. There has also been a conversation about the cost to pay the master's pay supplement that the state took away a few years back, and to make sure that we would use local funds to pay our teachers with relevant masters. It would still be based on the rules that are in place for who is eligible for master's pay, but that the local budget for Durham would take that up. There have been efforts for several years now to have the state use their funds to reinstate master's pay. It has not moved in the General Assembly to actual action. It's shown up in a few bills here and there, but never made it to the actual budget. There is a strong sentiment across districts in North Carolina that this is another one of the state obligations that is not being met. So both the teacher salary local supplement would impact all of the teachers in our schools if there was an increase there, and the master's pay additional supplement would impact those teachers with relevant masters. I have put in here also discussion on continued focus on increasing classified salaries. I think that is a given for us right now, given where we are and where we landed tonight. We've got to make sure we keep our eye on fulfilling the goals of the Hill study with market competitive rates for our classified staff and DPS. I've also added and all of these have question marks because they are discussions we have had. None of them are final yet, so that's what the question mark means. Additional funding for capital needs. If you look at how ESSER funds have been used in the last few years to meet some of the capital needs, because we have the flexibility in the funds to do so, they will be losing a source of funding when the ESSER transition happens, where we might want to consider increasing the funding line that is available currently for capital needs. We need to continue the support and identify the funds that are needed to implement the Growing Together plan. That is another ambitious visionary plan that this district has that does have a cost and an impact to implement. And then I almost put this under the legislative impact slide, but I couldn't decide where I wanted to put it, but I think I wanted to talk about it last, so it is here. There is always a charter school impact that has to be applied to anything that we create in the local budget. As you all know, when Durham County funds DPS, they are not just funding DPS schools, they are also funding the number of students that are in charters in Durham County. That is pass-through funding that we do not keep, that passes on to the local charter schools based on the enrollment that they have, and they send us, I think, those lists every month. So Durham County funds both of those put together. And it stands to reason that if the enrollment in Durham County is increasing, whether it's in Durham public schools or in charter schools, then more funds are needed to meet the needs of those students based on just even maintaining consistent per pupil funding. So, and the charter school is impact is one that you will see as sort of a non-negotiable. We don't really have a choice about moving forward as well. I also put additional departmental needs because our staff has worked really hard. I came into this and these requests were already created on needs that different departments have across the district based on the level of services they're providing to support our schools and our students. And that includes things like curriculum materials for DLI, additional support for literacy efforts in the district, whether it's people or resources, for ELA, for global language, for SEL. And all of these are a combination of people and stuff. Could be either one of those. There's additional funding that's being requested for professional development across the district. That is also an area that was funded by the state at one time. Those funds were taken away from districts, and districts now have to search their local buckets to fill professional development needs. There are some renewals for some core and supplementary resources that are out there that our teachers have come to depend on and use daily in their classrooms, where we need to look to see if we can find funds to continue those as renewals expire. There's not been a district that I know of that doesn't have the next bullet on their list, and that is additional funds to refresh student devices and to have hotspots and other technological resources for our students. Those things, our computers do not last forever. We need technology in the classroom. We need the hotspots provide students who don't have reliable internet access. And so all of those things are things that if they are not in your operating budget, that you seek funding for on a regular basis as you are able. There are some positions to support additional EC needs, ELL students. We talked about those both this evening as areas where the state caps the amount of resources that are available for those, regardless of what the need might be in the district. There are requests to look at how we support our beginning teachers more robustly so that we can keep them longer. There are literacy needs, digital media needs. There's some needs around even the old Northern High School as we are identifying ways to use that building to support needs in the district with training and other things. There's a request to have somebody that be there to maintain and support and sort of take charge of that building. There are pre-K program needs. I think that's also very closely tied to what's happening with Growing Together and trying to have programs in all of our schools so that our students who are eligible for pre-K services can be served in their base school rather than having to go to other parts of the district. That is something that I've seen in many districts as well. And then there's social workers, and that's really related to SEL above as also, there might be people or it might be resources. We have found as we have returned from the pandemic that the needs of our students are different and greater, and some of these positions and people support that were not priorities in the past really need to be priorities as we move forward. And we know that most districts are woefully behind when it comes to nationally recommended ratios for counselors, social workers, psychologists, et cetera. And then the last one I alluded to a little bit in my comments earlier when we were talking about this classified salaries study implementation. We need to look at some funding needs for infrastructure and systems development, mostly in budget and finance. We are using systems that are not fully implemented or systems that are very old. And we need to improve our systems and our processes. And that's gonna, and while there's money that's needed for some of this stuff, we are likely gonna also need some training for a lot of people, because once you start implementing more refined systems and processes, if we create a budget manual that we ask all of our schools and bookkeepers to follow and central services staff to follow, you're gonna need to have time and resources to train folks on that. So, but I think all those kinds of things will support some of the changes that we talk about that we need to see and improvements that we need to see in how we work through our budget and finance needs and ensure that funds are in place and that permissions are there and that all of the standard accounting practices that need to be in place are in fact occurring. I also included a side on potential risks, some unknown factors. So we always have to think about what the federal, state, and local economic outlook is. Part of what happens a lot of times, I believe, in that joint meeting with the county commissioners is they provide an update on their budget landscape and what's happening with their local revenues and how that impacts their ability to fund not just the school system ask, but the other departments that the county is actually in charge of. So we need to understand what the local outlook is in terms of what's happening with revenues. At the state level and at the federal level, you have funds that come through the state from DPI that are allotted to schools based on ADM or based on student needs, depending on what that fund is, and those can change. We also have federal programs, Title I, Title II, Title III, that also can change based on what we're doing with our student counts and what's happening and how the federal budgets are funded. So we want to make sure that we are positioned to respond to those. Sometimes those changes happen late and we find ourselves having to cover a change that was unanticipated. And that is when you find that things like fund balance or restructuring are necessary or available. So there are also, we talked briefly about the ESSER Pandemic Fund's fiscal transition. I'm just going to tell you, I call it fiscal transition. I do not like the word cliff. So, because it is a fiscal transition. Districts, those are millions of dollars that districts have used in lots of innovative and different ways to cover needs as we recovered from the pandemic, and that's people and stuff. And we need to understand what that transition looks like for the district and what our plans are for it, because there are certainly needs that have been funded through ESSER that are worthy of consideration of continuing, but funding would have to be identified to do so. I added potential changes to the legislative budget in year 2. Even though they've adopted a biennial budget, they can always come back in with additional changes and add to perhaps things that, that they have budgeted for. And so I think we have to be prepared for that in case that happens and hope that they complete that by June 30th. Nobody laughed. Okay. And then we have continued staffing needs in all area of DPS. And that I think is something that we have to be really intentional and deliberate about and not forgetting as we move forward, especially because we're looking at positions coming off of ESSER funds that were identified by schools as needs. There's been conversation about schools that have an over allotment of positions based on needs, and so how do we continue to look at that work moving forward and determine what our priorities are? And then continued review of the DPS current fiscal position. As was mentioned earlier today, we have an annual comprehensive financial report that is due to the board that will better establish the current state of our fund balance, because that's always in arrears. That needs to come before the board so that we understand what our actual financial position is as we move forward with our ask for next year, if there is an ask or repurposing or whatever it might be. That really was most of the comments that I wanted to sort of start this conversation with today. And then as we move into the next section, I welcome your thoughts on if there are needs, risks, or factors that you feel compelled to comment on, to lift up and prioritize based on what you see in these slides, or additional needs or considerations that are missing that you want to make sure that staff adds. And I'm gonna, so Mr. King, would you mind taking any notes so that I can engage in conversation about where the board might go? I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Superintendent Moore, for that presentation and a really kind of list of all the different needs for the district. It ties so much into the conversation before, because we didn't talk about this earlier, but figuring out our budget, also figuring out how do we do this without making cuts that harm our schools and our students, right? So having these budget conversations and priorities is really important for us to figure out how we can not cut things that are benefiting our kids. Comments, questions from board members? Nah, I'm inspired.
I really appreciate the way that you framed this. I appreciate the aspirational broad scope of needs that we've started to talk about. And if Leandro goes like it's supposed to 30 years ago, we'll have the funding that these students need, but we're not holding our breath on that. I don't think we can leave this space without centering the needs of our classified staff as one of our highest priorities as we rebuild trust, as that was profoundly shattered. I think of EC students and the focus on what needs might be unmet there. I think of actually starting a budget look with a high level of transparency rather than doing a continuation budget, but just not being afraid to just dig deep and see if there's any programming and anything we can do away with. Community has a lot of criticism of some expenditures that they've seen. So I think that's going to be super important this year. I think digital literacy, we've never gotten a good handle on, especially whether it's appropriate for K3, pre-K3, and how that is best used. And then I just dream of district-wide CEP. What would it be like to have free lunch and breakfast, like we already have breakfast, free lunch added to that, and how that impacts our Title I schools in a positive way, and so how we maintain that. Growing together, to me, is one of the promises we have to fulfill, and it is coming quickly in July. So those are the things that come to the top of the list for me as we start this conversation.
Ms. Rogers.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm excited that we get to have a conversation about things going forward. Like Ms. Beyer has shared, I want us to make sure that we're keeping our people first, right? And taking care, especially of our classified staff and our certified staff as we move forward. We always know personnel is going to be the biggest part of our budget. I also agree with CP, especially as we think about growing together and students being forced to transition to different schools that may not be CP schools, and how we can help support that transition and be more equitable and be attentive to how it impacts Title I. I think that if we can't get 100% this year, then we need to talk about our approach as a district on how we get there, how we move there, and what parameters we're setting around that. I don't know, I have a few more years in this seat. So I also think that I need to put in a plug for finding some financial funding for the Black and Hispanic Student Achievement Plan. I know it may not happen this year, but we need to keep asking over and over because we need to make sure that we're taking care of our most marginalized students. And I want to make sure that we have enough resource with marketing and making sure that we are bringing people back to the district. We have an opportunity now in transition, as Ms. Moore says, to transition into growing our enrollment numbers and making DPS a great place for all students in Durham to be, and maybe putting some of these other schools out of business. And so I'd like to see us making sure that we're investing there.
Thanks, Ms. Rogers. Any other? Ms. Chavez?
Thank you, Ms. Moore, for this presentation and giving us a lot of prompts, as well as just some considerations as we look ahead. I would say for myself, first of all, the classified salaries and making sure that we're at a living wage. I think if anything, this whole crisis has one of the things that has made me think about is even more so is just what the possibilities for what we can do within our school system to lift people up. And I just look at the living wage calculator, which was cited in the salary study. And I know we don't want to keep talking about that all night, but when I look at this, a living wage for one adult with 0 children is $23.36. For 2 adults, both working with 1 child, it's $22.40. So I just want to keep that in mind. And also what Ms. Byer keeps saying, come up to the rates that the county is paying its staff as well. Growing together is another major thing. I'm especially interested to hear if there are things that weren't, as mentioned, like weren't budgeted for or budgeted properly for, making sure that we have, we're looking at what those things are. I have, some of these are questions. With the technology, Chair Umstead always raises this point. This is one of her questions. Do we need to be one-to-one? So that's a question that I think, I hope we wrestle with as we think about what the expenses are going to be. We are one-to-one. And then with the infrastructure and systems development, one of the questions I have is are there substantial additional costs for implementing the system that we already started to implement, or is it really like the labor, or are there additional costs as well, besides labor? And then the other things I'm most interested in are EC, but we've talked a little bit about that. I don't know. Part of it is that there is just a lack of the EC teachers that we need in the state, and that is a value of ours to not only adequately, but certainly at base adequately serve our students with special needs. So I don't know what that would look like. We have offered bonuses in the past and all of that, and it's a struggle to keep up with EC needs without additional, I think, state funding and other things. But and then the last thing is any way that we can better support our students' mental health. And what this presentation also makes me think about is, and I mention this from time to time, where can we build our partnerships as well to leverage resources, the plentiful resources of the community, many of which we're already using and integrating into our schools, but are there other ways to do that? Or are there dollars that we can put toward mental health? I'm very concerned about that for our students in lots of ways. I think it in some ways goes along with the Black and Hispanic Achievement Plan, supporting our LGBTQIA students, other marginalized students. So, thank you.
Miss Lewis.
Okay. Jump right into it because of the late hour. Thinking of our pillars, I want to make sure we're working towards increasing our academic achievement and also retaining and retention qualified staff. So master's pay compensation is one of the highlights I want to make sure stays a priority, and also national board certifications. That wasn't up there, but I'd like to add that under the umbrella. Currently, we have 14% of our staff is nationally board certified, and we know that once people are working towards their certification, they're more likely to do things that help to close the opportunity gap with those reflection time spent with the kids. So in regards to the certified, I think we could remove some barriers, and maybe we can have a plan for a certain allotment to pay for their application that allows them to get the board certification that turns into funding. The other thing, thinking about CEPs that was brought up, that would come from federal funding. That wouldn't be a local funding request, but I do still resonates with me that the CEP and the Title I funding for free lunches, there was still some tension between, does it take away positions? And I don't know that that's been resolved. When I hear those conversations, I think we were working towards having a good balance of the two, but I would like to see if there's an opportunity for local funding. So CEP, Title I, and local funding to support universal free lunch. And then the last thing I have, we're growing together, of course. I want to make sure that is a priority. And then financial and operational responsibilities. I think you already had that up there, but the budget and finance, looking at adding additional positions. And then as I've engaged with a lot of the classified staff, and I'm thinking about some of the positions such as our plumbers. We have 3 plumbers across 54 schools and however many administrative buildings that we have, and we're adding schools. So I want to make sure that we're looking at those work conditions in our operations department as that's come to the forefront, and just making sure that the last thing I'll say is, as we're listing this long wish list and we have to, compile it for where there's consensus across the board, is making sure that we're engaging our stakeholders, as typically in the budget process, the superintendent and the cabinet would talk with their different departments, but also stakeholders that want to give input the way we're doing right now as well. So, thank you.
Ms. Valladares, and then I'll go to Ms. Carter Otten.
I think the discussion earlier about the state caps on our most vulnerable students is, a priority. We have to figure out how to leverage resources, and some of those resources are local because they're not funding us at the levels that we need. One department, for example, is served locally, and we have employees representing or working in 5 different schools. And this morning, many mornings, I'm hearing about parents asking for these same employees to be up at 5 in the morning to tend to the bus situation. They would, to be able to call into the bus call center and talk to our bus data managers. What is the actual official title? The bus managers who triage all the calls. The TSA, yeah. And it's a lot of work. And so we need to figure out how to, when we are looking at additional department needs, and it says funds for additional positions to support EC and ELL students and families, because we are doing parent ambassador initiatives. And so adding families to that is important, which means, it's going to touch on multiple departments here. EC, ELL, which touches on ESL, but then also the MRC. It's not something that the state supports us as they should. And so we need to make sure that we continue to keep track of the needs, especially with growing together and everything. Communication, a communication position in the communications department is also a very important thing to have. And I know that we are trying to do the best. And our communications team has been very gracious and patient. But we do need a bilingual communications position in the communications department for the district. So these are things that when it comes to language access, I'd like for us to be explicit about language access needs and rights, because Civil Rights Act of 1964, we have to provide language access. So that's just something I wanted to add.
Ms. Carter Otten.
I'll just add a couple of things. And well, I'll start by saying this feels overwhelming because we have so many needs and so many things to attend to and limited resources. So I think my comments fall into 2 main buckets. And one is, I really appreciate, Ms. Moore, that you started this with reflection on our strategic plan and our pillars. I'd like to see us doing even more of that. So much work was put into the development of the strategic plan, community engagement, lots of thoughtfulness, and this is supposed to be our North Star, right? Our guiding light in all the work that we do. We have not only the priorities, but then we also have the goals, and we have strategies outlined in the strategic plan that we're supposed to be working towards to achieve our goals. all that to say is, as we're thinking about the budget and trying to decide on our budget priorities, I really want to see both in presentation and then ideally in practice too, alignment between where we're spending our money and the strategies that we outlined that we were going to be working on to achieve those goals in towards those priorities. And I think, the Black and Hispanic Student Achievement Plan has this embedded into it, but I think we can do that as we're talking about the budget as well. Second thing I'll say is just when this feels overwhelming, it helps me just to go back to this. What is the main role of our school system? It is to improve our student academic outcomes. What our students know and they're able to do. How do we do that? There's lots of different ways, right? And public schools are asked to do so many different things right now. We're asked to serve as a safety net in a broken system. But if we return to how do we improve those student outcomes, I feel like I know one thing for certain. We need to have enough staff in our schools, and we need to ensure that those staff are prepared to teach our children well. So I think when I'm thinking about this, and this, again, a lot of this is in our strategic plan, but when I think about how we spend our budget, it goes back to things that bring the best staff in, that keep the best staff here, and that prepare our staff to do the difficult work of educating and supporting our children.
Arda Alton, you took my category. Thanks y'all so much for sharing all your thoughts so far. I think I've put a bucket of recruitment and retention as I think a really important budget priority. I think that includes the master's pay. It includes, I would like to see a differential for bilingual staff members who are using those skills every single day in our classrooms and working with families. And it could include a lot of other different pieces, but I think, to Ms. Carter Alton's point, we need to keep and retain really highly qualified staff in our district. And we know that having high vacancies also leads to burnout for our staff members, for our educators. The classified salary study has already been addressed, and I want to make sure we work on that. I also think as we're evaluating positions around ESSER, I know that there's a lot around mental health support, instructional coaching for schools and students. And so considering what should stay, what should go, what needs to be wrapped into our current budget is something I think a lot about because we know a lot of that support has helped students get to where they are today and have helped us see some of the really incredible gains that we've had. So what parts of that needs to stay, what parts of that might need to move. Some of my things have already been said. I just want to also echo the capital needs as well as staffing, because we are continuing to expand our square footage. And what does that mean to also make sure we have the resources that we need as we expand the square footage? This is a really long, we've put a really great list out there, and I do not envy you all as you think about which ones are most, as we think about the next steps. Those are the highlights from my list around budget priorities.
I'm just going to react to one of the things that came up with several of you, and that is adding maybe some intentional strategy and or if it's a funding need to work around CEP. So this conversation was raging before I retired as well. And so I'm just going to tell you what I think about it, which doesn't mean it's easy to implement, but it's my understanding, because I've had conversations with everybody that I need to have except for one on what I'm getting ready to say, because this is actually something that I've already talked to folks about. If we as a district are eligible for CEP, then the complications and the potential negative impact of how we have received funds for our federal programs like Title I based on how we identify students should not be the barrier that keeps us from implementing CEP district-wide. And so we've got to figure out what those disconnects are and how we mitigate that impact, because the ability to be able to feed every single child in every single one of our schools every single day is important. So we've got to figure that out.
So appreciate that because I also would love to see us figure out how to do that. And I think we surfaced a lot of tension in our meeting of how do we do that and how do we maximize all the federal dollars really is what that conversation is around, right? I'm gonna come to Ms. Spider, so I'm gonna say one more thing. I do now I forgot what I was gonna say that quickly. Oh, with that, I do think about this is a longer term thing, but how do we when we're talking about distributing money to schools, how do we think about keeping equity at the center of that? And is there an equity funding formula or other things that we want to consider as we're having these conversations around budget priorities? And I think about that in dollars, but I also think about it in time and people resources as well. And so as we're, navigating these different pieces and what might stay and what might go, how do we look at the equity and what's needed in every school and provide schools what they need based on the needs that we see? And not try to do a kind of equal across the measure for every school is another thing that I think a lot about as well. Ms. Valladares.
Just a quick clarifying question, Superintendent Moore. When you were saying that you've had these conversations with everybody but one, who's that one?
State and federal programs.
Um, I think, I just wanted to acknowledge that our,
I had another conversation with him already about ESSER, but I forgot this one. So
okay.
I've already been to his office.
We have been very busy in the district in terms of those conversations, and I do commend Dr. Stacy Stewart and Dr. Danner making themselves available to meet with some advocates and kind of explain a little bit more about the importance of reimbursements and how if we just opt for 100% CEP, like we will no longer be able to leverage some of those funds that come in through reimbursements. And they were also explaining, so there's so many different moving pieces, and what they explained gave me the picture. We want this, but we also have to be really intentional because there is already a process that the federal government uses, which is that free and reduced lunch form that I know folks don't want to fill it out, but when they fill it out, it justifies like our ability to fund things. And so in this climate of we have to leverage every little dollar that we get, that is just my one thing that I want to give consideration to the discussions that have happened. And I think, Dr. Stacey Stewart, Dr. Danner met with community folks. They have talked about this in board meetings. And so I'd like to be able to bring those conversations in, and maybe like our administration can kind of talk about those conversations with community members so that we can all support this, but in a way that does not, again, in a way that we can leverage every existing dollar that we can get.
Superintendent Moore, I just wanted to share that we did discuss in a meeting the other day with Mr. Johnson that he would be sitting down with Dr. Stewart and you and myself, kind of getting up to speed and you sharing with us your directives from the board as well. So I did want the board and the community to know that those conversations continue under under Ms. Moore's leadership as well.
Yep, thank you. And I do have an email from Dr. Van Voorhees. So, just yesterday evening.
The other thing that we talked about, and Mr. Johnson's so sad that he couldn't be here to advocate and fight with us, but that square footage, we do get that $6 million a year from the commissioners, and that was a big deal 4 or 5 years ago when they gave that to us. That was huge. But we know that those dollars are not going far in the construction environment that we're living in. And so ways to nudge that up on a recurring basis that we can take care of things better. We have a very aging school fleet.
Ms. Valladares.
And then Superintendent Moore, this is not our first crisis that we've had of this magnitude. Yes. But we also had a really there's probably news articles about it, but it was the wraparound services like before and after school, where we don't have capacity, or we need to figure out how to build capacity for parents that need before and after school care. And so we need to have that conversation about our budget, what we can do to expand it, because the waiting list, families just shared that even within 10 minutes of the opening of before and after school, like those slots were gone. Like 10 minutes once the application opens, and if families don't log in within minutes of the enrollment window, then they don't make it in. And so, and we see that that is like an increasing demand, especially with the cost of living and families having to work more hours. We need to figure out how to take care of our children before and after school.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. Not
I
hearing
did want
any
to speak into this space because I know our teacher friends got super tired and for good reason and left. But you know, we've all seen their petition online and their vision for us, and I want to acknowledge that teacher supplements going up was on their list, both for new and veteran teachers. Um, New positions to support students, particularly IAs with early literacy. They wanted that living wage to go up $3 an hour, kind of along with what Ms. Chavez was saying about getting closer to where the county is at least, or matching the county. And then there was something about work days that I need to understand and talk with them more about, but time, that gift of time might be some way that we can be more creative as we're planning our calendar and caring for their needs, especially with all the changes coming up. Thank you.
other discussion? More, any closing comments?
I will just mention about the last comment about time for teachers. For the last 7 years of my career, I had one sticky note on my computer that I wrote on that stayed there the entire time, that had in big letters, "Time for teachers." It is a really big bugaboo. The calendar law is pretty prescriptive in terms of when we start, when we end, and how many work days you can have in the school year is dependent on what the start and the end date is. And there are some years when you literally only have 3 or 4 work days that you can even put in the calendar. And then there are other years where, and those are the years where you find the district has like 7 work days at the beginning of the school year or 2 or 3 after, or something along those lines. And then there are other years where you can fit more during the course of the school year. So that's step 1. Step 2 is how we message to our schools and our central services staff what the options are for the use of the days that do exist. I am sure that we have, whether it's training from central services that's happening, or in the last couple of years, the training that the state paid for all teachers with science of reading that was required, or things that a principal might be prioritizing through their staff with their school improvement plan in terms of training that's happening in the building. And the end result of all of that, when you have limited time available, is staff feeling like they don't have time to do the work they need to do in their classrooms. So there is a space, I think, for some stakeholder engagement in perhaps some common rails or expectations around what that looks like. There's a lot of control at the school level right now of how that happens. And we understand why that's important, because our schools' needs our principals are best going to know the needs of what their school are. But in the absence of some guidelines or structures, it makes it very difficult to answer the question of how we provide support for teachers to use the time that is available for them. Or we could, make them all 11 months and actually pay them for the work they're already doing in the summer anyway.
That's all right. Any other closing comments? All right.
We had dates there.
Oh,
They
we
were on
did.
the
I'm
slide.
sorry.
We might want to throw those on the screen. Sorry.
Can pull the presentation back up.
Yeah, we do have a proposed timeline at the end that I wanted to cover. So obviously, we're starting today with an initial review and some discussion of budget priorities. I think we might want to continue on March 7th at our next board meeting. And at whatever point we're ready to start looking at some numbers, either as a group or as we meet with the county commissioners, whenever that joint meeting is going to happen. And I've put it down in March. I think there's a chance it might actually happen in February. We're trying to figure that out right now, so that we can start sharing as well. I have slated here April 11th for the superintendent's proposed budget and board discussion. there's a lot of work that has to happen for that superintendent's proposed budget to be ready. It's actually a really big, long document that has a lot of charts and graphs and information on it for many years. Which is background for the front 15 or 20 pages that really contain the meat of what we're asking for. But then there's like 80 pages of supporting documentation behind it. So that takes a while to put together. And, I've already told Sierra we got to work on it. So we're already working on it. But April 11th for sure, potentially before that if we're ready. And I want to leave April 11th for, board discussion as well in reaction to what that budget may be. Continued discussion with the board on April 25th. We are required, if I'm not mistaken, to schedule a public hearing specifically for the budget. And so if we can put that prior to the date that the board actually adopts the budget, then the feedback that you would get on the 25th can inform how the board lands with their vote on May 9th. That needs to be final board review in terms of adopting and moving that budget to the commissioners. But based on a conversation earlier today, we may need to look at whether or not we need to move that a little bit sooner even, because it's not due statutorily to the commissioners until May 15th. But I believe the commissioners are, the manager is releasing her budget to the commissioners somewhere between May 9th and May 15th. And so if we want the board's budget to be reflected in how the county manager sends a budget to the county commissioners, then we might need to tweak that timeline.
I think that's the end of that presentation. Thank you so much for the timeline. I think we want to make sure that public hearing gets noticed and so that folks can come and share their thoughts around the budget. We know that people have lots of thoughts around what we should be considering. And I do think the sooner we can get those numbers, the better. I know our MOU with the county has a little bit of an earlier date, and we've had some conversations with them about the timeline, but I think the sooner the better. So, any other comments from board members? All right, I'm gonna move us to our next agenda item. I think it was last week, the Board of Education had a meeting with the Durham Association of Educators to consider a meet and confer policy. We, at that meeting, decided to have an ad hoc committee that would work through the proposal and different options. In that, we also asked for 4 representatives from DAE and 4 representatives from Durham Public Schools. So last week, all of Durham Public Schools got a email with a form to fill out if they wanted to participate. We had 57 total responses. We had folks across elementary, middle, high schools, our specialty schools. We had a substitute, as well as folks who represent our central office. We had both folks who are DAE and non-DAE as well in that group. So the way the process works is we will appoint members at this time. DAE did submit names for their representation. Simone Cadu, Christy Patterson. Simone Cadu is the DAE president. Christy Patterson works at Carrington Middle School. Shakira Pope, Lions Farm, and Allison Swain, Riverside High School. I would propose from the board that we appoint Stephanie Wagner, who works as an executive assistant, Jeff Staten with security, Vanessa Pena Ramirez, who's in our MRC, and Anthony Leak from transportation. You're welcome. You had a clapping in the audience for the folks who are still watching with us on Zoom, if you're still catching on. Any comments or questions from board members? Do we need a vote on this, Mr. Malone?
On there, I think
You can turn, I don't think.
that's the thing. The chair can appoint the committee, so I think you're fine. But I think you need 2 administrators. Is that right?
We do need 2 administrators and 2 board members. You're very right. So that is the list of folks. We wanted to try to make sure there's a good representation from school-based staff and non-school-based staff. We do need 2 administrators. Look to you, Ms. Moore, but while you're thinking about who your 2 folks might be, we also need 2 board members who serve on this committee. I think Ms. Byer and Ms. Lewis had volunteered at the last meeting, but I'm not sure where folks stand today. Sorry, not to put you on the spot, but I think you did volunteer at the last meeting.
Also, I was wondering if Ms. Moore saw the list of, with administrators who did apply through the form.
I have not seen that. There are administrators on that list as well.
Yes.
There's a couple
principals.
principals and assistant principals.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's up to you maybe to decide. When I said administration, I was thinking, your cabinet or
Oh, you're
central
talking about,
office
you're
folks.
talking about central services.
But
now.
yeah, that's what I was thinking, but it's a good point. It could be expanded.
So could we just do board members tonight and
Yep.
you could appoint the whatever that is
Absolutely.
later? I'm still willing if Ms. Lewis is.
Any other?
I'm
Ms.
happy to serve.
So Ms. Lewis, you're in? Okay. So Ms. Lewis and Ms. Byer, we did ask for having like one alternative for the board. So Ms. Rogers, you be interested in that? I think I heard you say.
Happy
Yes.
to be
Okay.
an alternate.
All right. So what will happen next is I will give these names and contact information to our board executive assistant who will work to schedule the first meeting. We know that people are eager to get this work started. And so hopefully with folks' schedules, we can get something scheduled pretty quickly. All right.
Are you thinking that, that the attorneys will
Yes.
be at the meeting?
But we would love for our attorneys to be at the meeting. So we'll make sure that you're included on the scheduling message as well.
All right, great, thank you.
Any other comments by the ad hoc committee? All right. The next item on our agenda is the Crown Act resolution. Crown Act Week is coming up at I believe, the end of the month. Ms. Lewis brought this resolution to us a couple years ago now at this point, and we've been excited to support it through Durham Public Schools. Ms. Lewis, did you have any other comments that you wanted to add before we got started?
I just want to appreciate the Equity Affairs Department and all those that are coming together to keep the Crown Act Week going and planning various activities in the school community. So, and I'm glad we also want to thank Ms. Smith for pulling this together for us so that we can have it read for tonight. Thank you.
Do know that we, even currently, and students are still experiencing discrimination based on their hair, right? Those stories are still happening across the country. So it's really important that we continue this resolution. We can read as our practice typically is. I'm going to start with you, Ms. Carter Alton, and then we'll come down the row.
Okay. Crown Act Week resolution, Durham Public Schools expressing support for the designation of the week of February 26th to March 1st, 2024 as the Crown Act Week. Whereas the coalition of the Crown Act wants all beauty to be welcome in all places and institutions. They assert that narrow beauty standards make it difficult for women to freely celebrate their own beauty. While all women experience pressure to conform to certain standards of appearance, Black women are disproportionately impacted by the Eurocentric standards that so often define what is beautiful. And
whereas research has shown that society's bias has resulted in unfair judgment and discrimination against Black women based on hair texture and protective styles, including braids, locks, and twists that are cultural representations of their race. And
whereas in the U.S., the law in many states does not currently afford protection for race-based hair discrimination, even if the hairstyle is inherent to racial identity. It means Black children can be denied entry to school or educational opportunities because of their natural hair. This is not okay. And
whereas the Crown Act, which stands for Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair, is a law that prohibits discrimination based on hair texture and hairstyle. The coalition of the Crown Act's mission was and is today to advance efforts to end hair discrimination and to create a more equitable and inclusive beauty experience for Black women and girls. And
whereas in 2021, the Durham City Council elected officials passed a non-discrimination ordinance of the city of Durham and assert that the general purpose of this chapter is to provide individuals within the city of Durham freedom from discrimination in connection with housing, employment, and public accommodations because of race, color, religion, national origin, sex, disability, familial status, military status, sexual orientation, gender identity, and protected hairstyles to promote harmony in human relations and to prevent commercial advantage from unethical practices. And
Whereas one of Durham Public Schools' core beliefs is in a child-centered approach in which our students deserve an education that is caring, is culturally responsive, and embraces the whole child. Durham Public Schools insists on addressing the social, emotional, and academic needs of each student. And
Whereas Durham Public Schools has a dress code policy 4316 that reads, "The primary goal of Durham Public Schools is to provide a safe learning environment where all students are able to achieve at their highest potential. Ideally, students should be able to dress and style their hair for school in a manner that expresses their individuality without fear of unnecessary discipline or body shaming." And
Ms. Carter Alton.
Whereas the Crown Coalition offers a platform that uplifts support to end hair discrimination, and they continue to galvanize support for legislation to end hair discrimination federally and in all 50 states. The Crown petition has over 485,909 signatures so far, too, and the Durham Public Schools Board of Education supports signing this petition. And
Therefore, be it resolved that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education supports the designation of February 26th through March 1st, 2024 as the Crown Act Week across all Durham Public Schools and calls on all students, educators, and community members to observe the week to advance efforts to end hair discrimination and to create more equitable and inclusive beauty experience for Black women and girls, where students are affirmed and can express themselves in a safe and positive way.
Now therefore, be it further resolved that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education encourages administrators to support educators across grade levels and content areas from their buildings to acknowledge the Crown Act Week and use resources that are inclusive of all of our diverse learners in order to support the whole child, healthy identity development and affirmation, and show support and acceptance for students showing up without fear of discrimination or shame.
This the 23rd day of February, 2024.
Is the 23rd? It is the 23rd day of February. We have turned it. We have turned the day.
And I want to make one change
Mhm.
in the whereas the Crown petition has over 519,103 signatures so far out of 600,000. But the main thing is to change 519,103 signatures so far from what we did last year. So I just want to have that updated.
Okay. I saw one more edit in the
That
paragraph.
word chapter that you read there.
Yeah,
Lily,
I didn't
is
know.
that ordinance that's supposed to be there or?
Maybe it's in the 1, 2, 3, 5th paragraph, 5th whereas. It says that assert that the general purpose of this chapter. I'm not sure what's supposed to be there.
I think it's supposed to be ordinance.
Okay. We need to change that. And I wouldn't say this for this year, but I would love for next year for us to do a inclusive one. We know that young men and women and folks who don't identify either way have also have crowns. So how do we celebrate? We know that many of our students are participating. So for next year, if we could think about that. All right.
I move acceptance of the Crown Act resolution.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Lewis, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Oh, I'm so sorry. Ms. Carter Otten's online. I apologize. Ms. Carter Otten,
sorry. Jessica Carter Otten, I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
and I vote aye. It passes unanimously. All right, and with that, I'll take a motion to go in closed session for the statutory reasons listed on the agenda.
So moved. Seconded.
I don't know who said so moved to my right.
Everybody.
Okay. Ms. Lewis and seconded, it was moved by Ms. Lewis, seconded by Ms. Valladares. Any other discussion? Do another voice vote. Ms. Carter Otten,
Jessica Carter Otten, I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. Passes unanimously. Oh, there she is. Hold on, here she is. We're back in open session. I'll pass it over to Superintendent Moore.
Good evening. I'd like to request that the board approve the personnel report as presented in, and amended in closed session.
Move approval of the personnel report dated February 22nd, 2024.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Chavez. Any other discussion? We'll do, Ms. Carter Austin is not with us anymore, so we'll go ahead and do our traditional vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously.
Or make a motion. Yeah, to advise to authorize the administration to put out an RFQ for a search company for the superintendent search.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. And with that, we are adjourned.